to change society, to change how we interact with each other. Now, we can learn from them. We can learn from what we see as the successes. But we can also learn, I think, from those who have not succeeded. And so here is a list of companies that have failed. So some of these, like GeoCities and MySpace, were very successful, but technology has moved on and they have lost to the competition. A company like Silicon Graphics, in my field of computer graphics, was the world's top manufacturer of computer graphics hardware in the 1990s. But it's been overtaken by the fact that computing technology develops so quickly that the business model collapsed. Other companies like Pebble, a smartwatch company, it failed. Flues was a digital currency company that failed. So you can learn from what's happened as to what may and may not work. And my talk today is about how do we learn from the things that never get to market? How do you learn from the mistakes that happen in universities that you never see? So part of my talk is about how university research interacts with industry research. So this is my part 2. Lessons from the past research in computing. So I have 3 of my past projects to talk about: digital design of ceramic tiles, computer-aided design of cars and aircraft, and virtual reality. So when I talk about ceramic tiles, I really do mean these tiles that you put on the walls of your kitchen and your bathroom. And in 1993, I was part of a project which was to take the artist's design and put it on computer. So it was research in 1993. This was what an artist's studio looked like in 1993. Lots of paintbrushes, lots of tools, lots of equipment, pots of paint. And they wanted us to put that onto a computer, except that this is the computer that was available, a Macintosh from the time, a very small screen, and concentrating all of that down onto a small screen and onto a tool like this was impossible. In fact, we were asking artists with 20 years experience to change all of the tools that they'd used to use this. It didn't work. And it didn't work because the technology was not good enough. So this is my first lesson, that new technology has to be good enough to replace the existing tools before it will be adopted. And today, of course, an artist has this as their workspace. They have digital tools that allow them to do what they need, but it has taken 20 years to develop the tools to the point where they are useful to an artist and an artist can be trained on them. My second example is computer-aided design. This is the design of things like boats, aircraft, and cars, and this is how you designed them in the old days. This is actually how you design a boat. You have enormous pieces of paper and you design at real life scale. And then you use pieces of wood and you draw around them with a pencil and you get the shapes you need for the boat or the car or the aircraft. This is an extremely expensive way of doing things. So when computers became good enough to do this, they were used. So the core technology for doing this on computer was in place by 1977. So there were 20 years of research and development, which was mostly done in industry over the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And the tool that was developed is called NURBS, non-uniform rational B-splines. They were ready to go in 1975. And the interesting thing is that those tools that were developed in 1975 are the industry standard today. 47 years later, this tool is still the industry standard. So what does that mean for research in computer science? What happened after 1977? Well, 2 things happened. The first one was that researchers in universities continued to refine NURBS and make better tools, but they didn't change the underlying tool. They merely added small features and made it slightly better. Also, what universities are good at is that they're able to investigate alternatives. So there was an alternative developed, which I worked on, called subdivision surfaces, developed in the late 1970s. It was not used for 20 years. It was an interesting piece of mathematics. And then in the 1990s, the film industry picked it up because NURBS could not do what they wanted. And today, this is extensively used in animation. So an example here on the right from the little short film Jerry's Game by Pixar. So that was a success. Academic research picked up by industry eventually once it became useful. But there was another development called T-splines developed at a very prestigious university in America in the early 2000s. This combined the advantages of NURBS with the advantages of subdivision surfaces in a new technology, and it was commercialized quite heavily. Autodesk bought it in 2011, but they abandoned it in 2016 because nobody wanted to use it, because the existing tools were actually good enough. So that leads us to 3 lessons, 3 things I call take-home messages. So the NURBS message is, if new technology has clear potential, it will be developed aggressively, and it will be developed aggressively by industry. Sometimes, however, academia come up with solutions like subdivision, and those solutions are very interesting, but they are not useful at the time, but later they become useful. So sometimes interesting research you do today will be used in 20 years' time. And finally, if industry already has a solution, it's very hard for other solutions to displace it. You may have a very cool idea, but unless it's got clear potential and is clearly better than existing technology, you're not going to move industry. The third lesson I want to talk about is virtual reality. This is research I did in the 1990s and again in the 2010s. The exciting research in virtual reality started in 1968, and these are 3 of the research labs that worked on this. Ivan Sutherland's lab at the top, virtuality in the middle, and obviously NASA at the bottom. Very exciting research in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. Virtual reality became very sexy, very, very popular around about 2017, and lots of examples. So these are all examples from 5 years ago, and this is in fact me doing a virtual driving simulation in the top right. So the interesting messages here are, again, the core research might happen decades before practical application. And that's okay. That's part of what universities are for. It's to try to dream dreams that industry may once use. But the other message we got from this is that lots of people in universities tried to jump onto virtual reality 5 years ago, but all the good research had been done 30 years ago. So beware of jumping onto a topic that's become mainstream. So those are 3 messages from my past career. Let's talk about where we're going. What could you do as a researcher in the future? Or what are the computing researchers going to do? Well, the first thing from the first part of my talk is we already have enough computing power for business and social needs. You do not need all the computing power on your mobile phone or on your desktop. It's got far more power than you need. Business has far more power than it needs. So what can we use all this computing for? And I think the thing to pick on here is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence techniques have really come of age in the last 15 years. And whatever field you work in computing, using artificial intelligence can help. Now, there is a question here of, is artificial intelligence like human intelligence? And I want to quote my friend, Professor Peter Robinson, on this. He says, asking if a computer can think is like asking if a submarine can swim. A submarine and a fish are doing similar things, but they do it in different ways. Artificial intelligence and human intelligence are doing similar things, but they do them in different ways. But artificial intelligence has made a massive difference in the world. So here's an example from outside academia. This is the stock market in New York, 30 years apart. In 1987, that was human beings who had computers to help them, but the trading was done by human beings. In 2017, the stock market itself has become a stage set for television. All of the trading is done by artificial intelligence algorithms in dark rooms. So that's a massive change in how human beings have done one thing over 30 years because we wanted to do it better. So what else can we do better? So I think education, research in education technology is going to be big. Imagine if every child could have a personal tutor. The people in this audience will know that some of your classmates had personal tutors and some of them did not. And the ones with personal tutors got looked after by another human being who helped them to learn. We cannot afford a personal tutor, a human being, for every child, but we could develop computer systems that could tutor children. The current systems are pretty bad. What we need is to use artificial intelligence to determine how the child is feeling, how they are reacting. And how do human teachers pick that up? They pick that up from facial expression, from body language, and from tone of voice. Computers can already do some simple things to do with expression of face and body language. And I think there is enormous potential here to get computers with microphones and video cameras to be able to help students to learn. Another area is medical expertise. The next picture might be a bit horrifying for some of you. It's pictures of skin cancers. These are 10 different skin cancers. Half of them are benign, they are fine, they will cause no problem. Half of them are malignant, they will go on to cause trouble. A human expert can distinguish which is which. We can train computers with artificial intelligence to be better than any human expert and to never get tired. So this sort of very niche technique is really something that we could use AI techniques for. And there are many other good diagnosis methods you can think of. And then there's robotics. In the Western world, it's no longer the case that children look after their aging parents because there are fewer children and more aging parents. And so the idea here is that we can develop robotics. And as with teaching children, if the robots can respond to emotional cues from face and from voice, there's some very nice things we can do with robots. And in fact, it's not new to have things that are not human acting as companions. So in my country, lots of elderly people have a cat, which is a non-human being that offers some sort of companionship. Now, these are all very positive aspects of artificial intelligence. There are, of course, the negative aspects, such as from the movie Terminator, where the artificial intelligence robots take over the world. That's probably more of a fantasy than a reality. But what is a reality is that all of these artificial intelligence techniques allow us to surveil people, to keep track of people, to identify people. If you carry a mobile phone around with you, it is tracking you wherever you go. And yes, your government could keep track of where you are and use CCTV to keep track of behaviors. And there are certain governments around the world that are doing that. And the problem with this is not the scenario from Terminator. The problem is that the reliable machine, the AI, always has to be worked by the unreliable human. So the problem here is what happens when the wrong humans are using the AI to do the wrong things. And if you develop that idea of, well, actually, if we develop this, who is in control? If the machines are keeping track of everybody, are the machines in control or are the humans? We want the human beings to be in control. So let me quote from one of your own politicians. You'll know that Joko Widodo was accused of being a puppet of other politicians. And he came back with, I don't mind being called a puppet, but I'm the puppet of the people. And that is how a politician should be. A politician should be guided by the will of the people. But imagine if we have something else, if the computers start directing things. So initially the government starts using the computers to control people's behavior, but in the end, it's the computers that are controlling everybody's behavior and the people have lost control. That would be a bad place to end up. So let me give you one slide of final thoughts. If you're looking to do research in this post-pandemic age in computing, you should aim to do research for the good of humanity. So think about the morality and the ethics of the research you are doing, rather than just, is this cool? Is this exciting? Think about those ethics and morality and where it can lead to. And then when doing computer science research, these are the lessons I learned, that something may be cool, something may be great and terrific, but it may not be useful yet, and that's okay. You may be 20 years ahead of industry, and that's okay. Your funding agency may not be quite so happy, but it's okay. But don't ever be 20 years behind. So with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Neil. It has been twice that I moderate your session in UNJ. The first one is postgraduate schools, and the second one in this faculty. And we have been working together, the university in the center of excellence. And every time we listen, your lectures is always inspiring. So I would like to probably stimulate the question from the participants. So we have the study program of computer science as well in the faculty. And then the rest will be related also the mathematics and also in education, science and math education. Yeah, so it will be great to have the question or response from the participants. Anyone having a questions? From the computer science or the other field, the education, I think the lecture from Prof. Neil is generals, and even though my background is not computer science, I can pick up the ideas. And the good thing about you mentioned in the conclusion regarding the good humanity, yeah, I think we can amaze by the technology, but I think we are the humans, and then the values and everything should be integrated in the technology itself. So probably I'm the one who have a question first to stimulate the question. So in education field, we interesting the idea of the virtual reality, and then we are surprised that you have been mentioned regarding development since 1968, isn't it? So, and it is become an issue in 2017. And I would like to have a question, because my background is chemistry education. How do you think the use of virtual laboratory for chemistry students?
So that's a very interesting question, because when a chemistry student is in a real laboratory, they are dealing with real chemicals and physical objects that they can touch and manipulate. And there's a little sense of danger there, that if you get this wrong, something will go wrong. I've only ever seen one explosion in a chemistry lesson, but it can go wrong. And so if we take this to virtual reality, you lose some of that being able to feel things. And the problem with virtual reality is the contact with the actual physical things. The students can still do the same experiments, but they've lost contact with the physical world. And also the simulated chemistry lab is only as good as the simulation, whereas the real world can do surprising things. You hope not in a chemistry lesson, actually. You don't want surprises in a chemistry lesson, because the surprises can be very bad.
Yeah. So,
but again, if you don't have access to the lab, then the virtual version is much, much better than nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, agree. So for the what is we also have the augmented reality, isn't it? Augmented reality. So how it's different between that virtual reality?
So augmented reality is something where I've worked. So augmented reality, you wear glasses like, well, not like these, but glasses which you can see the real world, and then you have virtual overlays, and that so you get a virtual overlay on the real world, and that gives you an amazing experience of, for example, imagine that I'm walking around the botanic gardens and I want to know what the plants are, and my system pulls up the names of plants in front of my eyes. I was doing a virtual reality project here in Wellington. We have some very interesting history here, but the historical buildings were all wooden and most of them have disappeared. So imagine you could walk around the city with a pair of glasses on and you could look at things and see what was there 50 years ago, 100 years ago. So you have a tour of the real city with augmented things on top of it. Or imagine that you're in a real chemistry laboratory and the virtual reality tool is telling you what to do next. Yeah. So the instructions are popping up and pointing to the thing you need to use next and is monitoring whether you're doing it right.
Yeah, good one. Thank you so much, Prof. Neil. I think one of there is chat, private chat to me that they would like to contact and communicate with you, and also some of them asking the PowerPoint for permission to get your PowerPoint as well, the information on the lectures. Yes, thank you. So anyone have more question? If it is not, we have reached the 9 AM in the morning in Jakarta, and thank you very much, Prof. Neil. And
I have question, may I?
Oh, sorry. It's just the sound is not here. So we have one question, Prof. Neil. Pak Eka is one of our lecturers in computer science in the faculty. So he would like to asking the question. Silakan Pak Eka.
Thank you, Yuli. Perhaps I need to change to more stable network first. But can you hear my voice there?
Yes, clear.
We can hear you.
Thank you. My question is simple. You mentioned before in your slide that AI, artificial intelligence, there was always someone that controlled them. Doesn't that just mean that with current state of the technology, the AI is basically dumb enough such that they need someone to control them? That's the first question. And my second question, there is a strange with this statement, since basically the implication was for every problems occurred in the world, since basically caused by the AI, and since the AI is controlled by the people, doesn't that just mean that the problem is also caused by the people? I just want to confirm that. Thank you.
So thank you for asking those questions. That's very insightful. What I'm saying is that at the moment, you're right, AI is very specialized. It will do something like identify what emotion is on somebody's face, but it has no understanding of what an emotion is. It can identify whether a tumor is dangerous or safe, but it has no idea what a tumor is. So it's doing things that appear to us to be very clever and that you need enormous training as a human being to do, but they're very specialized. So at the moment, we are in control of AI. So my point is that some point in the future, we may be in the world of Terminator, where the AI is actually independently intelligent. We're not sure if we can do that, but that may be where we get. But my point is that in the short term, the danger is actually in how human beings use AI and how human beings choose to use AI. It's like Barack Obama said, it is a tool, and we are the ones who choose how to use that tool. So you can use it for good or you can use it for evil. My concern is that AI provides such a powerful tool that there is enormous potential for a government to abuse that. And we saw what, for example, the government of Eastern Germany did with lots of human informants to control its population after the Second World War. Imagine what a government could do if it has AI watching everything you do all the time. So that's the bad side. The good side is because these computers are so powerful, there's enormous potential to do good. But I think you're right that when you come right down to it, the problem is people. People are a problem, but that problem is not going to go away.
Yeah, I agree that we have to control that AI. Otherwise, they will destroy us. So thank you very much, Prof. Neil, for the lecture today. And the committee would like to give you the certificates for appreciation that you already give your time for us for sharing your knowledge and information regarding the research, especially in the computer graphics committee. Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. Neil Dawson, for your sharing today, and then hope we keep continue collaboration for the future, and then probably after the pandemic situation, you can come to visit us in Jakarta. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And I look forward to seeing you in person one day in Jakarta.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Mrs. Yuli. On behalf of the committee, I would also like to say thank you to our first speaker, Prof. Neil, for your contribution on SMIC 2022. For the next session, we listen to the presentation from Mrs. Ong Yang Shou, PhD, from Nanyang University, Singapore. Mrs. Ong, please allow us to check. Are you with us already?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for that.
Thank you for the confirmation. Mrs. Ong will present to us a paper entitled Integrated STEM Education, Moving Towards a New Paradigm of Education. And also, this session will be moderated by Dr. Melia Sari from the Department of Mathematics, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Dr. Melia Sari, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, the host, and thank you, SMIC 2022 for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second plenary session for the keynote speaker at SMIC 2022. My name is Melia Sari. I am from Department of Mathematics Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, FMIPA UNJ. It is my honor to be here as the moderator for this plenary session. Firstly, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker this morning. We are delighted this morning we have Assistant Professor Ong Yang Shou from National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Good morning, Dr. Ong. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm good. Looking forward to interacting with everyone.
Yes, thank you for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Assistant Professor Ong Yong Sum has expertise in STEM education. Her research includes construction and validation of integrated STEM education, and also development of integrative activities in STEM education. And this morning, she will talk more about the STEM quartet. Yeah. Okay. Before we start, we're going to see a short video of the profile of our keynote speaker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you that the duration of this session is 45 minutes, 30 minutes for the presentation, and then 15 minutes for the Q&A session. And for our participant, if you have any question, you can write it on chat box, or you can raise your hand later on during the question and answer session. And Dr. Ong will answer your question. Okay, without further ado, Dr. Ong, I hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that generous introduction. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. Okay, so thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to speak at this conference. So I'm really excited to be able to have this opportunity to share with everyone on a topic that I'm really passionate about. So today I've decided to talk a little bit about the integrated STEM education as a potential paradigm for education as we move towards a new VUCA world. And in my short keynote, I will also be highlighting some of the research efforts that we are involved in trying to realize this new paradigm of education. So for many years, our current education system has worked really well to produce very well-trained workers for routine kind of work, such as work in factory assembly lines. And in order to help us achieve that, in schools, students are typically taught the final form of knowledge, such as scientific knowledge, from about hundreds of years ago. And students are often taught to be able to follow fixed steps and procedures in order to complete a task in a uniform, standardized way. So for example, right, I think that we are sometimes familiar with a lot of the science experiments we do in schools, where students follow a certain recipe or a certain set of procedures in order for them to verify some form of relationship that is already known. So this kind of work works really well to prepare workers where certain kinds of standards and quality control is necessary, where everyone is doing like the same kind of routine work in order for them to produce products that are of the same standards. However, what we also have recognized since the pandemic and before that is that the future world that we face is one that is a VUCA. And so I'm sure many of you might have heard this term before. VUCA just is a shorthand for the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous kind of world that we expect our future generation to be in. I think that we are already starting to see some of the indications of such volatility, uncertainty, complexity, as well as ambiguity in the world. And what we are concerned with is that our current model of education does not or will not do a good job in preparing our future generation for such a VUCA future. So it leaves us to ask ourselves, what kind of an education model, specifically, in terms of how STEM could actually contribute towards that, what kind of a model of education would we require in order to prepare our young generation for the kind of world that we anticipate for tomorrow? So personally, I think that I take inspiration from one of the scholars, Yong Zhao, who has talked a little bit about the necessity for us to think about what are the worthy goals of a future-oriented education. And so I apply some of what he speaks to, though not specifically for STEM education. I think what the ideas that he has for a vision for the paradigm of a education for the future could be satisfied, or I think it speaks to also a role that could be fulfilled by STEM education. So Yong Zhao actually said that in terms of worthy goals for future oriented education, what we two broad areas we should think about is that, and I think it resonates with what you have just heard from the first speaker, the idea that very likely machines, especially artificial intelligence, would be taking over a lot of the jobs of the future. And I think that it is an inevitable trend, that this is something to come. And so we have, as educators, we will have to ask ourselves, how can we prepare students for jobs that cannot be done by the machines, including AI? So for example, right, I think from the what we have heard in the previous keynote, perhaps we need to ensure our students would be able to have the skill sets and knowledge necessary to be the ones who are in control of, determining or, setting initial algorithms for artificial intelligence and machines to be doing the job. Second point of consideration for the goals of future-oriented education will be to think about how can we help our future generations to live peacefully and productively with others, as well as to coexist in a sustainable way with the environment. I think that as the world becomes more and more interconnected, and we can see the repercussions and implications through the effects of the pandemic, indeed. So we need to understand that the future world will just get more and more connected, and it is necessarily so. We have to think about how we can help our future generation be able to live with each other, and at the same time consider how we can live in a way that would respect the environment and ensure that the environment will be sustainable moving forward. So in this paradigm or goal for a future-oriented kind of STEM education, there are four approaches for us to really think about. And here are the four approaches which I have been inspired from Yong Zhao's work. And if you are interested to read a little bit more about these, you can actually, if you have access, or get access to actually the commentary for a section within a book that was published on STEM education from Asia, looking at the certain trends and perspectives from STEM education work that's been done in the region. So coming back to this, so the idea is that if we wish to be able to present or to realize integrated STEM education as a paradigm for future-oriented education, then there are four aspects or four approaches that we need to really consider. Firstly, we need to consider what would be the worthwhile outcomes that we should pursue. We should also try to reach a balance between ground-up initiatives and top-down planning. So in other words, while the government or other federal level or state level kind of organizations could have some form of top-down planning, we should also allow for some ground-up initiatives at the schools or other smaller institutions, or even at the university level, and so on and so forth, in order to help support such a paradigm. Thirdly, we need to think about how we can give some form of meaningful autonomy to schools, teachers, as well as students to shape the kind of STEM education that they would like to engage in. And fourthly, we should really build on the strengths and respond to the unique context that each of us are in. In other words, there would not be a one-size-fits-all kind of integrated STEM education model that will work for everyone. The model will look slightly different, or the curriculum will look slightly different depending on the context that you are actually situated within. And so at this point, I would like to just pose this question as food for thought for everyone that is in this conference to think about, if you also agree that a likely kind of paradigm for future education would be fulfilled by integrated STEM education, then which of these questions would be the most important to you at this point? In other words, if we want to realize the vision of integrated STEM education as a model or a paradigm for future-oriented education, which of these questions do you think would be the most important to be answered right now? So I would like to invite you to just think about that for a few minutes before I actually will proceed to maybe give some of my suggestions on some of these approaches that we could work on. So of course, within this short period of time in this keynote, I will not be able to touch on all of these possible aspects or responses to these questions. But one of the questions that I would like to attempt to at least answer is the first one in terms of outcomes that are worth pursuing. So here I draw upon a particular STEM competencies framework that really came about from a series of seminars that was conducted. So a seminar that was titled Envisioning STEM Education in Asia. This is a virtual seminar, was actually successfully conducted in 2020, virtually through Zoom as well. And this particular seminar was actually sponsored by Temasek Foundation and co-organized by the Mary STEM at NIE Singapore, which is where I'm also a core member of. And so from this seminar, we actually had a modest number of about 107 delegates, as well as speakers from various regions in Asia, as listed here. And I know that there were many people from Indonesia who also attended this particular virtual seminar. So through the seminar, what we actually did was we engaged in discussions and conversations between the different policymakers, STEM education leaders, as well as policymakers from ministry level, and we invited also keynote speakers from various STEM industries, and collectively we discussed what would be some of the STEM competencies that we think are worth developing. So here is actually a visual representation of the framework, which is called the STEM competencies framework for post-COVID Asian economies. So on this next slide, the various STEM competencies are highlighted. So what we came up with was a STEM competencies framework that has like 3 aspects. So we think that, or collectively, the participants of the seminar thought that there's a necessity for us to consider competencies for a digital world, which is definitely the future that's coming. And under the competencies for a digital world, we think that it is necessary to have some form of a digital skills enhancement in addition to various digital competencies, such as digital literacy and digital fluency. And another important component would be STEM-related competencies. And that would comprise of the various competencies related to science, technology, engineering, as well as mathematics. And finally, last but not least, a third component within this competencies framework highlights the importance of also focusing on life skills, specifically problem-solving kinds of competencies, as well as interpersonal competencies listed below. on the slide. So of course, we wouldn't claim that this framework is highly comprehensive, but I think the value of the framework is to emphasize that these are at least 3 main focus areas or areas of focus that we think are necessary in terms of STEM competencies that we need to help students develop in order for them to really thrive and succeed in the future world. Moving on with my discussion, I'm going to now highlight some of the research efforts that we have engaged in our attempts to try to realize this vision of integrated STEM education as a paradigm for future-oriented education. So in particular, I would like to highlight without going to great details, but highlighting some of the aspects of this STEM quartet, as well as an integrated STEM classroom observation protocol that is in the process of being developed. So firstly, I've been speaking a lot about integrated STEM, or I've mentioned integrated STEM, and I understand that amongst the researchers, there may be different interpretation of what integration actually means. So here I actually I'm using an analogy that I'm borrowing from other researchers. And I think that it's best to always try to explain stuff through food items that maybe hopefully some of us are familiar with. So there are different extents or levels of integration in STEM. So multidisciplinary form of integration, you can think of it like a plate of rojak. So for those of you who have tried rojak, and maybe you like it or not, rojak maintains the individual flavors of the different kinds of items that you put inside. So some people will claim that a rojak is really like an Asian form of salad. Whether for the West they are more they might be more familiar with salads. In Asia, rojak is almost like the Asian equivalent. So when we have a multidisciplinary form of integration, usually the individual disciplines of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics retain their very distinct features as students are working on some form of the multidisciplinary STEM activity or STEM problem. And so you can actually distinctly tell when students are engaged in some form of STEM, science practices, or in the mathematics thinking, or in some form of engineering processes. A deeper level of integration would be what we call interdisciplinary integration. So interdisciplinary kind of integration, you can think of it like a curry. So a curry has some ingredients that you can kind of tell, like potatoes or some form of meat. But the taste of curry is slightly more integrated than the rojak, where the food items still retain most of their own flavor. In a curry that's more interdisciplinary in nature, if you think about this food item, the flavor is slightly different from the individual ingredients that that goes into making this curry. So interdisciplinary kind of integration, there is a greater integration or synthesis of the different disciplines. The boundaries are a little bit less distinct. And so you kind of have some kind of a different flavor that arises from this synthesis of the disciplines. Now, transdisciplinary kind of integration is the really highest level form of integration. And I would like to use the analogy of the pandan cake, which is really popular in Singapore. So, for those of you who have visited Singapore or plan to visit Singapore in future, this would be a recommended product to try and maybe bring home, for your family and friends. So any form of cake, I would really say, has a very unique or different flavor compared to what the individual ingredients that went into making the cake taste like. Right. So, in a pandan cake, there's a lot of eggs, especially egg yolk and egg whites that are being used, but you do not necessarily taste the sensation of the egg in a very distinct way. In fact, it creates a very different and a new flavor. And so in terms of transdisciplinary form of integration, when students engage or experts engage in transdisciplinary work in STEM, they often lead to a new epistemic or new way of creating knowledge. So it's highly synthesized such that you cannot really tell the boundaries between the disciplines anymore. In other words, you really cannot tell whether students are doing something that is very science oriented or very mathematics oriented or very technology or engineering oriented. In fact, you will be really hard pressed to try to say whether they were doing science or doing mathematics or doing engineering. What the students are or the experts are probably doing is just trying to solve a problem, and they're just trying to explore multiple ways and different ways that they could try to solve this problem that they own collectively. So in a nutshell, multi, inter, and transdisciplinary describes the different levels of integrations. And I would say that multidisciplinary integration would be a lower level kind of integration. And then progressively transdisciplinary integration would be something that's really at a high level. For most of the work that we do in K to 12 schools, in terms of STEM activities or STEM curriculum, most of the time we are really working with multi or interdisciplinary STEM activities. It is really challenging to come up with good activities that are transdisciplinary in nature at the primary or the secondary levels. Oftentimes, transdisciplinary work really happens when the individuals involved in this work have really deep expert knowledge, such that they can now synthesize and transcend the disciplinary boundaries to come up with a synthesized and new novel approach to solve the problem that ties in and utilizes all the benefits and strengths of the respective disciplines where they come from. So this is really just to set the stage. When we talk about integrated STEM, especially in schools, we are mostly focusing on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary kind of work for students. So here I would like to just do a short advertisement for this STEM quartet that we had developed at the Mary STEM at NIE Center in Singapore. So this was actually work that's been led by different set of researchers at Mary STEM at NIE. For those of you who are interested, I will share with you my slide deck, and that I have included the references to the papers at the end of my slide deck, and then you can look up the papers to read, and feel free to write to us, you know, if you would like to discuss this in a more academic way. But in a nutshell, or to summarize, so STEM Quartet is actually a framework to help teachers start think about instructional design. So the framework was intended on the left, originally framed as a problem-centric approach to designing STEM curriculum. It was intended to help teachers think about how can they start to write STEM activity units on their own. So it actually focuses on problem-solving strategies or problem-solving phases on the outer circle in the STEM quartet, which I refer to as the figure 1 on the left. Right. So the outer circle represents the various stages in problem solving. And you can see that the original STEM quartet has a problem at the center of this representation. And then in the second layer, we see the smaller circles S, T, E, and M. They represent the 4 distinct disciplines within STEM. And the idea is that when teachers are designing a STEM activity, we should always start with what would be a good problem to work with. So once you have identified a relevant problem for students to work with, you might also want to think about what would be the relevant STEM disciplines that will help contribute towards the solution of the problem. There are also different levels of connections that could be made between the disciplines in order to promote solving of the problem. So in other words, in some problems, it might be that this is a problem that features science and technology very strongly. So one common problem that I can think of that that involves science and technology would be a popular problem where students might be asked to design a parachute in order to help some people maybe distribute some kind of food or resources in difficult to reach areas. Students might make use of this concept of optimizing certain variables in the design of a parachute. So that would tie in with the science part. Students having to make the parachute itself and make it work. That is related to technology, even though there is no necessary use of computers. But technology, we can think about it as the process of making or realizing a product from the initial conceptualization as an idea. And of course, in a kind of a parachute design, there could be engineering processes involved, because students could start with some brainstorm with some initial idea for a parachute, and then they test it out, testing out their prototype, realizing whether it works well or doesn't work well, and students might need to go back and revise the design for the parachute. And so that would be where the engineering might come in. Likewise, if you would like to maybe throw in some constraints for the students, you could consider limiting the amount of resources, amount of materials, or having students have to calculate the amount of cost involved in making such a product. And that is where the application of mathematics could come in. But we will recognize that the inclusion of mathematics would be a weaker form of connection to the other science or engineering disciplines in such a problem. So generally, if we take a problem-centric approach to designing a STEM instruction, what happens is that you start with thinking about a problem that students would be required to solve. Now, progressively, when we tried out the STEM activities that we're designing using the original STEM quartet that was problem-centric, we realized that it was quite difficult for some of the teachers, because if you just present a problem to the students, there might be there may be hundreds of different ways that students could come up with a solution, and that made some teachers really concerned, because they are not very confident of helping or guiding students with the solutions. So that actually motivated us to think of two other approaches that teachers and curriculum designers could consider. So then came about the solution-centric approach, as well as the user-centric approach as variations to the original STEM quartet. Very briefly, the solution-centric approach is saying that instead of starting by presenting students with a problem to solve, you start by looking at what might be potential solutions that are already available to the problem that the students are supposed to solve. In other words, the students can then find out more about each of the potential solutions, identify the solution that will best solve the problem, and then work on improving the selected solution. In this way, the teachers will have better control of the potential direction of these outcomes that students could produce, because the teachers would have pre-selected the range of solutions for students to look into. So the solution-centric approach to designing STEM activities was fairly well received by teachers, because they had better control of the range of possible solutions that students could come up with, and teachers felt more confident in guiding students towards promoting or completing the final solution. Another approach that we could consider is called the user-centric approach. And I understand that some of you might have attended the workshop on design thinking, or will be attending the workshop on design thinking. And so design thinking would be one of the process for problem solving that's more associated with a user-centric approach. So this approach highlights the need to emphasize with user needs. And so it puts the user at the center of the problem solving. In other words, if you want to engage students in solving a STEM problem through a user-centric approach, what you would probably need to do is to have students really talk to the intended users of your product, and then find out what are the real problems that they are facing or have encountered. And from the problems that are identified by the users, the designer will then try to come up with a prototype and then bring it back to be tested by the users to gain feedback from the users. And so in this iterative process, a user-centric approach to problem solving ensures that the product that is produced really meets the needs of the users, and is not just a product that the designers want to create. So hopefully I've given a brief idea of the different kinds of approaches here that we could consider if you are designing your own integrated STEM activity. Of course, there's a lot more details into that. And for those of you who are keen, you can actually take a look at the article, and then feel free to email us for any further questions. So as part of the efforts of designing STEM activities, there are also a series of STEM activities that have been designed by Meristem at NIE Singapore. So maybe I will just share on one of these very briefly to highlight what is the problem that was presented to students. So I'll share on the urban and vertical farming problem. So very briefly, this is a problem that was presented to students, and the context of the problem is that Singapore is a land scarce area, and food security, or having enough food for consumption, is something that's a very important thing, and it is a priority for the Singapore government. So the problem presented to the students is to design or come up with a solution such that they can produce or increase the yield of a certain kind of vegetables by creating some kind of a garden or urban farming kind of solution and for the students to be able to utilize and the space that's given within like a school garden. So the constraint of the problem is that they have a limited space, but they need to maximize the yield of a certain vegetable. And so students were presented with this problem, and a possible solution they could work towards would be that of vertical farming. And so students were given the various resources necessary for them to build a mini model or mini prototype of the vertical farming system, and present that to students and to the class and the teachers, the product. So in this problem, the students are given a list of solution requirements as well as constraints that their solution will need to meet. For some schools that have a longer time allocated for this STEM activity, they were actually able to have students construct the real vertical farming system and install it at some part of the school. And so the students could actually test out in real time and real life whether their design works. On the other hand, for schools that did not have the time to afford for students to actually construct the actual structure, they had students at least build a mini prototype, and then students were supposed to justify why the design would work based on sound scientific principles and principles of technology. So that would be, really in a nutshell, an example of an integrated STEM activity where students were supposed to solve a real life problem. So some of, on this slide, I also present some of the recommendations or suggestions that I have for those of us who might be interested to start designing STEM integrated learning experiences. So very often teachers have this question about, so what kind of a STEM problem should we try to design? And in our STEM quartet, we actually describe that a STEM problem should be one that is complex. So, it's not something that can be easily solved just by looking up solutions on the internet. It should be authentic, so meaning it should have, it should be meaningful to the students and also to the local community, or if not to the national, to the nation at large. The STEM problem should also be open-ended. By open-ended, we mean that there is no one fixed solution that students will all work towards. So there are many multiple solutions possible to an open-ended STEM problem. Extended means that students should have the opportunities to work on this problem over an extended period of time, because the problem would be really complex and authentic. And it should be what we call a persistent problem that doesn't just exist right within this lesson or in the textbook. It should be a problem that has a chance of recurring or occurring in different kinds of contexts, not identical, but at least similar kinds of problems that students might face in real life. So one way for those of us who are planning STEM problems or STEM activities for us to start thinking about would be to ask ourselves, what are the kind of problems that our local community tends to face, and what kind of problems would be meaningful to the students? Also, the STEM quartet talks about what kind of connections between the different disciplines we should consider. So one approach is to start by thinking, which of this discipline would you like to be the lead discipline? So a lead discipline would be one in which the solution requires to a large extent an understanding of the knowledges as well as the skills within that particular discipline. And so that would become the lead discipline for the STEM problem. And then the other disciplines could be connected either strongly or weakly or moderately connected to this particular STEM problem, either through the lead discipline or in other related ways. And finally, there are different approaches that students could take to solve a problem. So as I mentioned, from the STEM quartet, we had the problem-centered approach, meaning you start by presenting students with the problem, and then students just go forth and try to find their ways to solve it. You could also start with the solution-centric approach, which is to present students with the problem, but at the same time, present to them what are potential or what are already existing solutions that are out in the market, and have students iteratively refine and improve the solution. Finally, you could also take a more user-centric approach, whereby students still have to come up with a solution to the problem, but they are more in tune with the needs of the users. So they take into consideration to a larger extent what the users actually prefer as features of the products that the designer will be producing. Finally, I know that I am running short of time. I just want to briefly outline some of the aspects of an ongoing research work on the integrated STEM classroom observation protocol. So very briefly, we are in the process of designing an integrated STEM observation protocol. And through this protocol, we hope to be able to articulate what good integrated STEM learning environments look like. And using this protocol findings, we should be able to highlight strengths and areas for improvements to the designers of such STEM activities or STEM lessons, as well as hopefully to inform the design of integrated STEM activities and support STEM teachers in their professional development. So this particular framework, this particular integrated STEM observation protocol is based on the framework of productive disciplinary engagement by Engel and Keynote, which we modified to the productive interdisciplinary engagement framework. So what this protocol looks out for as outcome measures is that when we look at whether students are engaged cognitively when they're trying to solve a STEM problem. We look at how students or whether students are engaged in an interdisciplinary way. That is, if students are engaged in an interdisciplinary way when they try to solve a STEM problem, students will actually take a systematic approach to make and justify decisions in order to reach the STEM solution. Finally, we also look at the productivity of students and engagement. So we look at the extent to which students are able to make improvements to their STEM solution within the lesson that we are able to observe. And we also consider evaluating whether the student's final STEM solution would meet the relevant success criteria and solution requirements set out for them as part of the STEM problem. Within this observation protocol, what happens is that the observer would take this protocol, sit into a STEM lesson, and then note down what is observed within the lesson. And then from the observation notes of the lesson that has been enacted, the observer will actually rate several items that are designed based on these 4 different design principles in order to have a sense of how well the integrated STEM activity or how well the integrated STEM lesson that was observed was implemented. So the items in this observation protocol looks at the extent to which problematizing or the extent to which a meaningful STEM problem was designed for the students, and whether or not the STEM problem had well-defined success criteria and solution requirements. It also considers the kind of resources that were provided by the teacher, either verbally or through the worksheets that were given for students, as well as whether sufficient time and other material resources were provided for the students to solve the STEM problem. The protocol The observation protocol also looks at whether students are given what we call epistemic authority to propose the ideas and construct solutions to STEM problems. In other words, we do not wish teachers to be telling the students what to do or what solution to produce. And also, ideally, if it is possible at all for students to participate in deciding on the success criteria and the solution requirements that will be used to judge the goodness of the student's STEM solution. Finally, the protocol also looks at whether students' ideas and actions are held accountable to the individual STEM disciplines concepts as well as practices. And to do that, we'll also look at whether some of the success criteria for judging students' STEM solution are based on some form of scientific or mathematical reasoning. Finally, students' ideas in terms of how they propose and justify their STEM solution should also be held accountable by their peers as well as the teachers. In other words, their peers and their teachers should be asking students to provide reasons for why they design their solution in a particular way, and whether, and how, and also to defend how their solution meets the respective success criteria that will be used to judge their solution. So in a whirlwind, I've come to the end of my keynote, and I just want to leave everyone with the question of thinking about, do you think that STEM education would be a potential new paradigm of education for the future, which is really the question that I started off with at the beginning of my presentation. So with that, thank you very much, and I'm really happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ong, for your presentation. Makes us think about the new paradigm in STEM education. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have some time for question and answer. Okay, if you want to ask some question, you can raise your hand or write your question in the chat box. Okay, we have one question, Professor Ong from A.R. Joe. He said, hello, Professor Ong, what a wonderful elaboration. I am Joe from Mathematics Education Department of UNJ. I want to ask something. It is previously stated that we have to teach English to learn something that cannot be done by AI or machine. How can we persuade this day most of students that has the machine and AI already can do that mindset to bring them to our study, especially in mathematics class? Thank you in advance.
Thank you very much for that question. Indeed, I think that for mathematics educators, this is a huge problem. So like in Singapore, we are aware, although this is not very prevalent, I know that there are phone applications available where students could scan a math problem and the app could solve the problem for students, right? So it's like students do not even need to engage in any form of problem solving in any mathematics or word problems anymore. And it is it is really alarming for math teachers, right? So I think that therefore it brings us back to the really important questions, not just for mathematics, it's the same with science. If we teach students only the basic mathematics and science knowledge, which they can already Google and find it, through internet search, then I think that that is not sufficient. So what we're advocating in terms of, preparing students for the VUCA world, to prepare for jobs that machines cannot do, I think what we're saying is it's not that we cannot teach students these knowledge, but that teaching them such knowledge is not sufficient. In other words, we cannot just teach students the final form of science definitions or concepts or mathematics problem solving that are really simple and can be easily done by machines. But in addition to that, of course, the students will need this basic knowledge in order for them to learn something that's more advanced that a machine cannot do. But what we're advocating is that in addition to such, we need to really teach students additional practices or skills that go beyond. So for example, in mathematics problem solving, There are some problems that can be solved in many ways. And some problem solving algorithms are better than others. So instead of teaching students to just solve a problem in one particular way, consider perhaps having different students solve the same problem through different mathematical approaches. So it could be something as simple as they just have different steps in the mathematical working, or present to students different ways of solving the same mathematical problem. Ask students, which method do you think is better and why? I think that if the student can justify which is the better method and why they think it is a better method, and their justification aligns with how mathematical experts would consider to be the best method to solve the problem, then I think you are already, in a way of developing the critical thinking. And I would also argue to some extent computational thinking, because computational thinking is not just about students being able to do coding or programming. It's really about when they are facing a problem, how do they start to so-called tackle the problem? How do they start to break down the problem into certain parts? How do they try to think about, what is the most efficient or effective algorithm to go about doing the problem solving? So that is something that I would definitely encourage you to think about. And just to add on to that, right, even for like science lessons, tying in with digital literacy, if it was an information that students could Google, I would be happy to let students try to find the scientific idea or concept, and then have them compare and contrast the different explanations from different websites. And that would be a lesson in digital literacy, because I would then ask students, so we can see that there might be slight differences between how different websites explain the same concept. So can you tell me which one do you think is a better one? And students may not be able to know initially, but I could then introduce notes. There are certain kind of criteria that we could use to try to determine whether the website might be a credible source. And that really ties in with the need for digital literacy. And that I would argue would be a skill set that is not well, to some extent, maybe the AI could do it, but definitely because the AI can do it, the students need to be able to do it. Otherwise, I think they risk being flooded with misinformation and disinformation that is already very prevalent in the World Wide Web right now. Okay, I think that there's a hand raised as well for a question.
We have a participant raising their hand. It's from Ibu Ella Fitriani.
Thank you, Ibu Melia Sari. Thank you, Prof. Ong, for your fabulous presentation, very clear and detailed. And this topic is very related with my study, because I just started iSTEM PBL unit in UNJ, for my PhD research. And then I just would like to know that if you ever had the experience in implementing the iSTEM PBL. So what was your biggest challenge in implementing it, and how you I mean with your students, did they what's that, it's very long-term project, right? So I just like to know, how did you overcome the challenge and something like that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would say I don't have personal experience with long iSTEM PBL on a large extent, but I totally understand where you're coming from, that it is a very long process. So calling on my other related experiences, I would say on the more extended kind of project work, I think what is really important is to ensure that students do have some authority or autonomy in the process, because if everything has to be driven by the teacher, I think it is very exhausting for the teacher. So I would really think about, especially when you're doing like either it is a project-based learning or problem-based learning, or anything that is of a similar nature, where students have to work on an issue or a problem for an extended period of time. It needs to be a problem that is fairly motivating for the students. And I speak from experience. I've mentored students for science projects. They are not necessarily integrated, but definitely, they will involve some extent of science, maybe probably mathematics because I'm a physics teacher, so you cannot do without math, you know, and you know, some projects might involve engineering because students may need to produce a product. So I think it's really important that students have a sense of ownership, because it's really tedious for the teacher to try to remind the students to do work or to keep pushing resources to them if they are not motivated. So I think that one of the things I think that is really important for teacher educators who are engaging students in long-term projects is to make sure that there is a problem that the group of students are kind of interested in. One other thing that we have observed from observing integrated STEM activities in schools, so there is currently one that we are observing in the class to, you know, as part of validating our observation protocol. So I would say this is fairly extended because it is still ongoing and it has been happening for at least 10 weeks. Of course, they only have like lessons, 2 lessons like every week, but it's still extended by standards of Singapore because our curriculum is really tight. And I think that what we observe, right, from the schools and what we can say is that in terms of especially for project-based work, where there will be collaboration or there should be student collaboration, I think some teachers might need more support in facilitating group work. I'm not sure whether it might be a challenge that you encounter. It was certainly a challenge that we observed, especially with Singapore teachers. And part of the reason is because of our tight time for curriculum. Previously, most of the time, teachers would just so-called outsource the work of doing the project after school hours. So, you know, the teacher would say, all right, in the class, this is, you know, this is the requirements. We're going to go through the requirements. I give you the resource, go back and read all of that. Please go home and try making the product. Right. And then miraculously 1 week later, the students come back with the product. And you have no idea who made it, whether they had what kind of parental support they had or additional expert support, and who made the decisions on you know, the solution. It becomes a black box. And I think that one thing with, at least for integrated STEM activities, the way I would envision it, we actually want to prioritize the decision making. So that is something that our observation protocol tries to emphasize, that an important outcome that we want to observe is how students engage in this decision-making process. And to me, that is actually one of the most worthy outcomes, right, of integrated STEM activities, because amongst many others, right, but I mean, for me, I choose to prioritize collaborative decision-making, because I think this would be a skill or competency that's will really help serve students well in future decision making. So if we prioritize students' collaborative decision making, then we need to make sure we put in time in our curriculum for the teachers to be able to interact with the students during that process. So it is not hands off, go home and do what you want to do and come back and just report the solution. The final solution is not that important to me. I think that is something that's really important, even though, you know, when it's a problem-based or project-based, it always seems like we want a solution. But I think that the solution is just an outcome, and the process of getting there is really important. So I would really strongly urge more teachers to or more teacher educators to try to help teachers facilitate group discussion and group work, so that teachers can be involved but not taking over the students' decision-making process. So that's something that I found fairly challenging. At least that's probably an area that we've identified that we will be working more on with the teachers in Singapore.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Professor Ong. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we are running out of time. So we coming to the end of the second keynote session this morning. To end this session, allow me to elaborate a little bit about the summarize of the whole session. Well, I think just like cooking rujak or curry or cake, in creating an effective STEM education, we have to think of the best quality of the ingredients, that is the STEM problems, We think about the authenticity, the meaningful, open-ended, and challenges and everything. And then we also think about the process of the instruction going on with allowing students to do problem solving, to do creative thinking, etc., etc. And this morning we get very wonderful insight about integrated STEM education, STEM learning from Professor Ong. Thank you so much, Professor Ong. Hopefully we can discuss furthermore about STEM education, and hopefully we can see you in person, probably here in Jakarta or in Singapore. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, all participants. I am Melia Sari, signing off from this session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Melia
Oh, I'm
Sari.
sorry, we have a certificate. Yeah, we have a certificate for Professor Ong. This is a certificate of appreciation. Thank you so much, Professor Ong, for your time and for your presentation.
Thank you everyone for having me, and thank you for all the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Melia Sari, and also thank you for our second speaker.
Okay, I leave it back to the MC for the next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Melia Sari, and also thank you for our second speaker, Mrs. Ong, for your wonderful presentation. The success of SMIC 2022 wouldn't be possible without the support of our sponsor. Therefore, we would like to say thank you to our sponsor, PT Pelindo or Pelabuhan Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very proud to present to you the company profile of PT Pelindo.
Pelabuhan sebagai pintu gerbang dan penggerak ekonomi nasional, membuka harapan dan masa depan Indonesia, membuka semangat untuk terus bergerak maju dengan memanfaatkan posisi strategis Indonesia sebagai negara maritim, simpul perdagangan dunia. Menjadi langkah kami untuk terus menciptakan peluang, memperkuat peran sentral pelabuhan di kawasan regional dan dunia. Dengan penguatan ekosistem logistik, kami bergerak seiring perdagangan global yang semakin dinamis dan dunia yang semakin dalam genggaman. Dengan semangat memimpin ekosistem maritim terintegrasi dan berkelas dunia. Untuk hadirkan senyum kebahagiaan dengan mendistribusikan berbagai bentuk barang ke seluruh dunia dan menjaga kepercayaan para pengguna jasa dengan meningkatkan konektivitas dan integrasi pelayanan. Pelabuhan Indonesia hadir dalam lingkup layanan bisnis. Pelindo Terminal Peti Kemas, Pelindo Multi Terminal, Pelindo Solusi Logistik, Pelindo Jasa Maritim. Karena langkah kami untuk menciptakan masa depan, Pelindo terus meningkatkan kualitas operasional pelabuhan melalui pemanfaatan teknologi berbasis digital, beserta pengembangan kapabilitas dan kualitas SDM. Kami percaya, kemanapun kami melangkah, dimanapun kami berada, harus dapat memberikan manfaat bagi sesama. Kami berjalan di sektor industri yang terus bertumbuh dan menuntut perubahan. Kami membangun sinergi untuk merubah tantangan menjadi peluang baru. Pelindo, mata rantai logistik Indonesia untuk dunia.
Distinguished guests, we'll continue to our next session. We'll discuss about challenges of controlling cell morphology in fungal cell, biofactories for bioactive compound production, from spore germination to complete fungal structure. that will be delivered by Professor Dr. Hesham Ali El-Ensasi from University Technology Malaysia. Please allow us to check. Prof. Hesham, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I hear you very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Hesham. This session will be moderated by Dr. Dalia Sukmawati from the Department of Biology, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Dr. Dalia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Hi, Professor. Okay, thank you very much for the host and for the SMIC committee in 2020. I'm Dalia Sukmawati from Biology Department, Faculty Mathematics and Education. First, let me introduce our keynote speaker. We are very delighted to introduce and very honor our speaker, Professor Dr. Hesham Ali and UTM. Good morning, Prof. Hesham. Thank you.
Yeah, good
Welcome
morning,
to
Dr.
UND.
Dalia. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Before we start it, I will like to remind you we have 40 minutes for presentation and 30 minutes for presentation and 50 minutes for answer and asking. Before we start it, please allow us to present the CV of our plenary speaker. Please, committee. Wow, it's very great CV with 170 publications in the world. You have to very honored to grade with your lecture. Okay, to take your time, we will talking about our keynote speaker. We will talking about the challenges of controlling cell morphology in fungal cell biofactory for bioactive compound production, from spore germination to complete food structure. For all of you, please, if you want to answer in the chat, or you can raise your hand. With my pleasure, Prof. Hesham, please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalia. It's a great pleasure and honor for being with you today. And I'm sorry I couldn't make it to be in Jakarta because of some health issue. And I'm very happy. And I think I forgot to send my updated CV. My now publication is 300 plus. And we are looking for more collaboration. I'm very happy, and I would like to share my slides now and for this presentation. Can you see my slides, Dr. Dalia?
Of course, we can see.
Okay, excellent. For my presentation today, I'm going to talk about fungal biopellets engineering This is a big challenge in bioprocess industry. In process development, my name is Hisham, Director Institute of Bioproducts Development. And when we're talking about some lecture notes here, I'm going to talk about the fungal biofactory in industrial biotechnology market and understanding growth morphology, and then from spore to fungal macro morphology, and then the case study, glucose oxidase production using recombinant Aspergillus niger, and then I give some conclusion. Why fungi? When you're talking about the fungal biofactories, it's account for the production of different types of the metabolites, which is known for everyone. Like example, when you talk for Acremonium chrysogenum, which is producing biopharmaceuticals, which is producing penicillin. And I think everyone knows about penicillin. And in the Second World War, people say if there were no penicillin, the victims could be tripled. Aspergillus awamori, which is the biofactory for enzymes, amylase, glucoamylase, which is a big in food industry. Aspergillus niger, which is very famous, producing more than 26 metabolites. And the critical here, when you find the cell morphology, if the small pellets, they enhance citric acid production. But if you're going to have a large pellet, they can orient to other products. Then it's very tricky game when you cultivate aspergillus or cultivating fungus in general. You can switch metabolites, you can switch from production process to others, just playing with the morphology, which is as I'm going to show in this lecture. Aspergillus oryzae, which is very famous for food and feed industry, Aspergillus terreus, Plaxiella trispora, and cordyceps, like example, which is very famous mushrooms, which is also a fungus, which is one of the most precious mushrooms nowadays and very expensive products. Ganoderma, Lentinula, Edodes, and Penicillium chrysogenum, and Rhizopus oryzae, and Tulipoclidium inflatum. All those are types of fungus which is used as a biofactory in bioprocessing industry. Understanding the fungal morphology. This figure I share with you is just, I published this year, in fact, in 2022, in very good journals, this current opinions in biochemical, in chemical engineering, which is one of the top journals now in the world. If you go for spore induction to spore germination, if you go here, we have a mycelium. I induce sporulations, then we have mature sporangia. I have a dormant spore induced for germination. First stage is spore swelling, then have isotropic growth, polarized growth, and polarized growth further for the germ tube elongation. This is the in the micromorphology and the spore germination approach. They come for the spore and mycelium biopellet formations. We have a dormant spores, we have aggregation, we have a germinated spores, further growth and agglomerations with this called coagulant spore biopellets. What's the coagulant spore biopellets? This the fungal biopellets agglomerates before germination. Then we have this type of called coagulative spore biopellets. The second type is non-coagulative agglomerations. We have dispersed spore, germinated spores, hyphal elements, then we're going to have branching, and this is a combination of branching or dispersed mycelial growth or giving coagulant spore biopellets. Then I have three types of cell morphology, either coagulant spore biopellets, non-coagulated spore biopellet, or dispersed. And when I see these pictures, I remember I should to give acknowledgement for the one who helped me on redrawing of this one, who's my wife, Mrs. Rania. She is a computer graphics, and she helped me in some design. Therefore, I should to say thank you. And spore germinations, if you look for here induction stage, if you look for mycelium, you have sporulations. How it's induced? Induced through stress, signaling oxygen chemicals or different inducer, which is induced sporulation. Those dormant spores, why it's called swelling? This is also one of the big issue in bioprocess industry, control swelling of the spore, which is affected by environmental factors, signaling, chemicals, and many other factors, up to they make the germ tubes and germination, which is increase the growth rate and enzyme excretion and signaling. If you look for spore swelling process, which is still a mysterious process, even though a lot of literatures have been published, but still a very good niche area for research. You have the spore, inorganic nutrients, plus or minus, depend on the type and nature of this type of spore. Organic nutrients, light, temperature, pH, and they have another signaling molecules. Like example, we have some spores initiate germination under light. Another spores initiate under dark. The same, increased temperature, reduced temperature, change the pH. It means all those factors plus or minus, which is highly affected by the nature of this small rounded box, the spore, which type of microorganism, and those influence are factors affecting the spore germination process and kinetics. If you look for the fungal morphology, I consider this riding a wild horse. How to control fungal morphology, which is until now a big issue in both industry and also for researchers, because growth morphology, as I'm going to show to you, which is affecting the overall process productivity of the fungal cells. The bioprocess platform for recombinant protein production, Aspergillus niger, I'm going to represent as a model. It was my oldest model I developed for this process. If you look for glucose oxidase production and excretion by recombinant Aspergillus niger, the research platform design, we look for the increased production and excretion of glucose oxidase using a recombinant strain, studying the relation between fungal morphology, the shape of the fungal growth and enzyme production, high cell density cultivation, stirred tank reactor, and then scaling up of the process. Why glucose oxidase? This is we usually ask ourselves, why we produce this metabolite? Glucose oxidase nowadays is used in different industry, analytical chemistry, in diagnostics and sensors, and also in the food industry, fructose production, gluconic acid production, and use as preservative. But the main issue is price, purity of the products, and process requirements, and CGMP requirements as well. If you look for something called process bottlenecks, this is the people in industrial biotechnology looking for. There are different variables affecting the production process, but I cannot work with all variables at the same time. I just look for the process bottleneck. The first, I use a wild type strain, which is Aspergillus niger or Penicillium amagasacensis, and cultivation method, submerged cultivation, and substrate I use as glucose. These three keywords giving me a couple of bottlenecks. Aspergillus niger produced as intracellular product, then I need to break the cells to come up with my products, which is giving extra cost. Cultivation method morphology, which is giving pellet or filamentous, which is giving me a big problem in this process. Substrate, I use glucose. Once gluconic acid produce, glucose oxidase produced, it converts all glucose to gluconic acid and it's terminate the production process. The first problem was solved by genetic engineering, and we use a recombinant strain for promoter from Aspergillus nidulans, GBDA promoters, and alpha amylase signal sequence from Aspergillus oryzae, N-terminus from DOX from Aspergillus niger, and structure genes from Aspergillus niger. This recombinant strain have the capacity to produce extracellular products. Then we solve the first problem. Come to the second problem. I use for optimization of media, we use just different nitrogen, carbon source concentration, and phosphate concentrations as well to understand the process. And then the second issue, we talking about the fungal biopellet formations. Aspergillus niger have the capacity to produce a biopellet during cultivation in submerged culture. This is the schematic structure of the biopellet. This is the biopellet in submerged culture. We have the outer layer, which is very dense layer, which is exposed to oxygen because of Aspergillus niger is highly aerobic microorganism. Then I have a layer B, which is less dense growth because of it's limited for oxygen, is not reaching this zone. And then in the center of the pellet, I have another dense zone, which is composed of non-grown spores, or this slightly grown spores. Why? Because of this here is suffering from oxygen limitation, and growing of the spores and spore swelling and germ tube formations is highly influenced by the oxygen in Aspergillus niger. Therefore, you can consider the outer zone is the productive zone and the inner part is non-productive part. This is the first assumption, but we need to prove that. If you look for the cultivation in 5-liter stirred tank reactor, the total production of glucose oxidase is reaching about 100 microcat per liter, microcatal. And you see here some excretion kinetics. This is produced as intracellular and start to be excreted by time. And this is here excretions of the glucose oxidase by time. Then the second thing is glucose consumption. If you have starting with 80 grams per liter glucose, once it's consumed and produce gluconic acid at the same time. And the biopellet formations, we have a biopellet of about 1.5 millimeter diameter, which is considered a pellet, large pellet with some dead zone. Then we have optimized the process in 5-liter reactors using a complete control system with the oxygen sparging and oxygen analysis system to control all parameters. And we have some sort of outgas analysis to understand the morphophysiological model of this type of microorganism. If you look for the cell growth in 5-liter bioreactors, we have some games here. We realize under the same cultivation condition, under the same nutrients, under the same everything and inoculum size, we can go to pellet or filamentous. This was at the beginning, very tricky process. If you have cells come from glycerol culture, subcultured only once, it means hydrophobicity is low, then we can have a filamentous growth with a small micropellet. But if I have subculturing many times on the plate, I increase spores hydrophobicity, I can have a larger pellet. But how's this morphology can affect the overall process? We just look in summary for glucose oxidase production. In case of filamentous growth and micropellets, I can reach about 250 microcats per liter. But in case of rigid pellet like this one, I have only 100 microcats per liter, which is very big significance difference in the production. If you look for the outgas analysis to understand which one is physiologically more active, you see here for the outgas analysis, the data here is very clear. If you see for the CO2 production, the filamentous part, filamentous growth, or filamentous is a mix with a micropellet, have high conversion to CO2. It means highly physiologically active compared to the pelleted growth. This is also indicated by the value of oxygen consumption rate and carbon dioxide production rate. Then what we needed here is a micropellet in this process. We studied after these different glucose, different carbon sources, and we find xylose and mannose can induce glucose oxidase. Then it can help me to overcome the problem of gluconic acid production. If you look for cultivation in 5-liter reactors, based on this value, we look for not only for the production, but we look for the excretion as well. If you look for glucose, glucose here in this culture for glucose production is considered the lowest in the biomass and also the lowest in the production, very close to fructose. But if I use xylose, xylose production can increase from 150 or 200 microcat up to 600 microcat. It could be tripled. Not only that, it can be excreted to the culture medium. Fructose, they produce a very rigid pellet, which is cannot excrete very well to the culture medium. Based on this data, we can use xylose as a substrate instead of glucose in this production process. If you look for the fungal morphology, as discussed, I have something called the micromorphology and the macromorphology, as I showed in general in my schematic diagrams and at the beginning of my lecture. For the micromorphology, we look for the spore diameter, distribution, spore germination, hyphal length, and hyphal branching. For the macromorphology, we look for the pellet diameter, distribution, pellet structure. But if you look for, are the main macromorphological parameters we are usually looking for during cultivation process in large scale. But if you look for the literatures for the macromorphology, there are three main issues. We have strain-dependent factors, medium-dependent factors, and cultivation condition-dependent factors. Then you will be in the big mess, and you don't know which one we are going to study, strain-dependent factors or by-process-dependent factors. And it's very complicated when the people work in a large scale. Therefore, I was looking for a certain parameters, which is I can control, and one of them is the mixing and the shear stress of the cultivation, which can be used also for scaling up of the process. We started to study in depth using fluorescence microscopy and analysis. Then we look for the growth micromorphology and the spore swelling kinetics during the early stage of cultivations. And then we come up with a conclusion that the 5 hours is the swelling time of this type of microorganism. Then we need to consider to approach a certain agglomerations of spore, but not to increase the diameter of the biopellet. Therefore, it was a very tricky process. During the first 5 hours, we used a low shear stress cultivation of 200 RPM. After that, we increased the RPM to reaching small micropellet. As we shown here, from spore swelling to germ tube formations, we studied at different RPM, and we come up with the studying of the germ tube length, probability of 2 germ tubes formations, and germination percent, and the spore volume kinetics, and the germ tube volumes and average bioparticle volume, which is I cannot go in depth because of the limitation of the time of this lecture. But if you look for the agitation speed and glucose oxidase production, as I mentioned, in the first 5 hours, we keep agitation 500, which is agglomeration phase, and then we increase either we increase to 500 or 800, or we keep as 200 RPM. We realize that the maximal production have been achieved at 500 RPM, and we find that the maximal production rate have been achieved at 800 RPM. Therefore, we look for in-depth study. Why? We look for the pellet diameter. Pellet diameter is not generic, and we need to study at least 100 bioparticles to have standard deviations. If you look for 200 RPM, we find the biopellet diameters is increased significantly. And this is very big compared to 500 and 800 RPM. This, which is highly dependent on the agitation speed. Then we look again for morphophysiological models and to see which one is more active based on the physiological. And my indication is the CO2 production, because this is aerobic process. We realize the maximal bioactivity at 500 RPM, which is having small micropellets, and 800 RPM we have a micropellet, but embedded with a mycelial network. 200 RPM is a complete compact pellet structure. We go in depth more in the biopellet study using fluorescence microscopy. For 200 RPM, you see, we make acridine orange staining. I differentiate between messenger RNA and DNA. What's the meaning of messenger RNA? It means protein production. And the green one assumed to be non-productive part of the pellet, as we've seen before in under light microscopy, but now we make specific staining. Then the outer layer considered to be only the productive part of the pellet under 200 RPM. 500 RPM as a small pellet, it's a mix between the orange and red. It means it's considered highly productive, the same for 800 RPM. Then we assume that the total volume of the pellet is having inactive and active part, and we calculate the portion of the active part percent based on the distribution of the biopellet by time. Then we come up with the conclusion that the percent of active biopellets in 200 RPM is only 30% of the pellet is productive and 70% of the pellet is non-productive. And the total biomass is about 30 grams per liter, but the calculated active biomass is less than 10 grams per liter. If I compare the yield coefficient of the production per gram biomass, we give the same value of 800 RPM, which is the micro pellet. It means our assumption is clear and correct. It means only the outer part of the pellet is productive and the rest of the pellet volume is inactive. Then morphology is the main limiting factor for enzyme production and excretion, and the biopellet diameter should not to exceed 400 micrometer to reach the maximal productivity. Then we develop high cell density cultivation with the exponential feeding strategy. I will not go in depth on this one, but it was a lot of trials to control and to control this as a wild horse, as I mentioned before, controlling morphology, not exceeding a certain diameter, 400 micrometer diameter. And this is for the batch and the feed batch one using xylose. And we have with this one, we can reach up to 1,600 microcat per liters of the production. Then we need to understand the rule of the game and the boundaries of scaling up of the process. I think this figure is known for everyone who works in the large scale. When you scale up, we have agitation and aeration. And this is the game. If I have a moderate agitation and low aeration, I'm suffering from CO2 inhibition. If I have high agitation, low aeration, there will be cell damage. If I have high aeration, high agitation, the cost will be very high in operation. Then I have moderate agitation and high aeration, I suffer from foaming. Low agitation and high aeration, it will be poor mixing. And low aerations and low agitation, I have oxygen limitation. Then I need to work within this hexagonal structure in scaling up. And this is the rule of thumb for scaling up. If you look for the criteria of the scaling up according to bioprocess engineer, usually we scale up based on specific power input, B over V, impeller tip velocity, mixing time, theta 90, volumetric mass transfer, KLA, and Reynolds number. These are the 5 main criteria we use in bioprocess engineering for scaling up. And this is a generic one. But what about Aspergillus niger and morphological? The most bottleneck here is morphology. If even whatever parameters I use here for scaling up, but not keeping morphology, the yield will be less. But we realize here, when we scale up with the B over V, which is very suitable for us to have a morphology with a certain modification and strategy of inoculation of the spores. In summary, when we scale up of this process in the shake flask, we start only with the 20 microcats per liter. When we go to 2-liter bioreactors, we have smaller pellets. We reach 100 microcat, 5 liter using glucose, 250. When I solve the problem of gluconic acid production and using xylose, and we having a small micro pellet, we reach 625. We have feed batch cultivation, keeping the same morphology with the exponential feeding strategy, we reach 1,900. What's the message I would like to give here? It's very clear to us. From 20 microcat up to 1,800, which is very big change in the production of this process. Then we go through separation process, We go for downstream processing and enzyme production. Then we have know-how for glucose oxidase production with the help of understanding of the morphology. We cannot stop in the shake flask, and we optimize and we evaluate the process. People in the shake flask, they said it's not economic at all to go further, but once we control morphology and optimize the process, we convert, we can say, non-usable process to highly industrially needed process. This just, I would like to share with you some of our highly cited publication in our journey with the fungal morphology from 2005 for the model-based prediction of substrate conversion, which is published in Chemical Engineering Science. Then we have the model of Aspergillus, we published first time in the process biochemistry. Then 2007, this one of my highly cited book chapters, which is we have the fungal culture process characteristic. And for this year, I recently published about the fungal morphology, a recent challenge, which is also including some emphasis and related to touching a little bit new data about the generic approach and some genetic modifications. How can we play with the genes to change the fungal morphology in the large scale? With this, I would like to thank you very much. Again, I'm now sitting here in IBD in the second floor in the management building. You are welcome to visit us anytime. You are in southern part of Malaysia, in Johor Bahru, just 30 kilometers north of Singapore. And our center is one-stop center for bioproducts development. And with this, I would like to thank you very much. I did all my best to finish my lecture in 27 minutes. Then we have more times in Q&A, and would like to share this knowledge with everyone. And thank you very much again for this kind invitation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Hisham. It's very great lecture, mashallah. We already saw that the morphology of the fungal is very quite influenced for the production of the metabolite. Okay, and we saw from your lecture all of the kind of the environment like temperature, pH, light, and organic or unorganic nutrients is very influential for the production of the metabolite of this fungal. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to share with you who wants to ask to Prof. Hisham about the very great this lecture. Please raise your hand, or you can write at the chat. Okay. We wait, Prof. Hisham. I would like to ask you about some question. You already talking about the fungal morphology that have morphology and micromorphology. For the production of the enzyme or for the antibiotic, which one the best? Show good result. Should we maintain in the micromorphology, for example, in spore condition, or in the macromorphology, in the pellet and filamentous morphology? Which one we have to choose, and what should we do if we want to scale up?
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalia. It's very, very tricky question, you know. I cannot separate the link between macromorphology and micromorphology. Like when I say a good adults come from a good baby, okay? It's almost like that. Or a good baby come from good embryo. The same when you're talking about the micromorphology and macromorphology. I need from the beginning, if I need, like example, a small micropellet, I need to control a micromorphology, aggregation kinetics between spores, then I can have a desired morphology. Okay, this is the first part. The second part, there is no generic answer so far when you come up with specific metabolites and production. But generally said, by most of the researchers. I desire usually, I have a micro pellet not exceeding 400 micrometer diameter. Because the 400 micrometer diameter, not only reported by our group, but it's reported also with different groups in the world. They say, this is the threshold. Beyond 400 micrometer diameter bioparticle, we're going to start to suffer from oxygen limitation. And to control the 400 micrometer diameter, I need to have a rigid pellet, not affected by hydrodynamic stress in scaling up. Therefore, we have some rule of thumbs how to produce this and scale up this diameter. We did this also for mushrooms, for scaling up the process. For mushrooms, is less compact pellets sometimes. They can go up to 800 micrometer without suffering of oxygen limitation. This is also another study that we did, but I didn't represent in this one. Thank you very much, Dr. Dalia.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. We still wait, please, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I know all have very interesting about this lecture, and this is very important because we're just not doing in the scale lab, isn't it? We have to produce in industrial scale. So what should we do to start it? Maybe I will ask you again, Professor, because in our laboratory, for example, we didn't have the very huge for the equipment. So which one we have to do the best thing? As you already told to us, so many parameters we have to know: the temperature, pH, agitation, and so on. Which one for the best we have to start it to do if we want to scale up with our equipment?
Thank you very much. This is a very good and systemic question, which is giving also orientation to the audience. For the parameter I showed to you, a lot of those parameters can be studied in a shake flask and can solve the problem, like organic, inorganic, nutrients, inoculum size, and all those things. Scaling up, usually we look for two main parameters, which is related to mixing, which is aeration and agitation. Agitation and aeration, this is just a generic words, but sometimes in agitation, we look for the type of the impeller used and the diameter of the impellers. We calculate a Reynolds number and find up to the level of Kolmogorov number, which is having a micro eddies for mixing, and all those parameters for scaling up. Therefore, we're focusing in scaling up to develop a model related to scaling up. Therefore, the two bottlenecks for me is agitation aeration. How to play with the agitation aeration to reach the same desired morphology with a maximal productivity as in a shake flask. This is the trick of the game. I give you a very simple example. Until now, it's not a big secret for the people who work in industry. For many Aspergillus niger industry so far in the world, even they inoculate the big fermenter with the spores. They are not making from small fermenter, big fermenters for transfer. Otherwise, you're going to have a big pellet, non-productive. And how to prepare spores to inoculate 10,000 liter reactors. This is a technology for that. Therefore, in some industry, the morphology is very critical for them, and they cannot even using pre-culture, medium culture up to scaling up, but sometimes they use one tank and they inoculate with the spores until now.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Some of our participants asking about privately with me, and he asking about what is the biggest problem if we scale up of the filamentous fungi is if we preserve it for the long journey, for the long time. Preservation is one of the biggest problem. Is there any tricky your suggestion if we keep it preservation which one for the best with the good continues the result of the metabolite enzyme?
This is a very, very important one, because if you subculturing from time to time, you lose the productivity of the enzyme, because of the cells we're going to spoil the cells. You just give yeast extract, peptone, and they will be happy, and they're not struggling to produce enzymes anymore. And this is one of the main issues. Therefore, still banking of the first isolate. This is I usually recommend. Once you isolate a good enzyme producer from the wild source, just make a cell banking straightforward and working with a master cell bank and working cell bank. Cell banking can be done using glycerol culture 50%, which is preserved at -80. Even if you don't have a -80, you can have preserved at -20. It will be no problem. But it's -80 usually calculate for 7-8 years preservation. -20, it could be less a little bit, depend on the type of the strain. And then for each cultivation, you just need one glycerol culture to subcultivate. Then you preserve the genetic characters and the productivity of the cells.
Okay. So you suggest us to preserve in -80, yeah, Prof. It's more better than the -20, isn't it?
Yes, and if you have lyophilizer, it's the best, but this is not for working cell bank. It will be just for the master cell bank.
Okay. Okay. One of the question from the chat with my own, our student from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, they asking about what is the different result pellet grow and filamentous grow for the metabolite, right? For example, for the enzyme.
Okay, this is a very important and tricky. Enzyme usually they need excretion to be excreted out of the cells. In this case, we need to have a small micropellet in general, not exceeding 400 micrometer diameter. Filamentous growth, sometimes they give also excellent growth, but having a problem in a mixing because of they can making what you call non-Newtonian fluid, which is have a poor oxygen mixing in scaling up. Therefore, if you would like to produce enzyme, my generic answer, avoid having a big bipellet.
Okay. Okay. So we have to know which one the metabolite result we want to produce, isn't it?
Exactly.
It depends what one we do for as a researcher. Okay. We have more minutes for asking. There's so many species for Aspergillus niger, Orige terreus. And for the metabolite enzyme, what's the best of the organic composition to develop of the enzyme? Is different species result different glucose of the source of Hisham?
Yeah, I mean, different horses, different colors, and they can jump in a different way. Okay. When you talk about Aspergillus, especially, you know, Aspergillus is the biggest family in this process. Like example, if I would like to produce amylase, it's Aspergillus oryzae, which is the highest producer. If I would like to produce gluconic acid glucose oxidase, it's Aspergillus niger. If I need to produce itaconic acid, it's Awamori. It's different between targeting of different one. But the common things among all, they are all Aspergillus for me. It means all those Aspergillus sporulation and swelling kinetics is close to each other's. I cannot say the same. Like example, swelling time of Aspergillus niger, we calculate 5 hours. Our Mori is different a little bit. Then we play with the osmolarity of the medium sometimes to control swelling time of the spores. Then once we control swelling times as a micromorphology, then we can control the macromorphology as well, consequently.
Okay. Wow, it's very great lecture, Prof. Hisham. Thank you very much. I would like to conclusion what we are talking about this today is the change in growth morphology result is very significant change in our system, such as growth rate, substrate consumption, production, viability, resistance. All of these very differences from the growth of morphology can lead to the production of the different metabolites, even under the same cultivation medium and cultivation condition. That is the conclusion of this very great lecture. Thank you very much, Professor.
I would like just to add something, Dr. Dalia, for all our audience and for your students as well. If any students show you the result without morphology, ask them to repeat. If it's a filamentous microorganism, ask them what was the morphology first before discussing the result. Because if they change any parameters and change morphology, production will be changed as well. This is the first message. The second message, as editor of many journals and reviewer, usually when I receive a papers in high impact journal, and this is related to filamentous microorganism, without discussion about morphology and the morphological data, most of the time is rejected. Then those work with the filamentous microorganism, they need to observe morphology during the production, and they could be attributed why the production is high, why production is low. They can correlate with the morphology. Otherwise, discussion will be incomplete.
It's very important information for our publication, for sure. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Give big applause for our plenary lecture. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And time for give you the certificate, please. And this is your certificate from our committee, SMIC. Thank you so much, Prof. Hisham.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalia.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention with this session. See you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Dr. Dalia, for moderating this session. And also thank you, Prof. Hisham, for the wonderful presentation. And we are looking forward for further collaboration between Universitas Negeri Jakarta and University Teknologi Malaysia in the future. The next session will be delivered by Professor Dr. Muktiningsi MSI from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia. She will deliver a presentation entitled Development of Prototype Detection Kit for Foodborne Pathogen Disease with Real-Time PCR in Increasing Independent Nation. And also, this session will be moderated by Dr. Hanhan Dianhar from the Department of Chemistry, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Dr. Hanhan, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC, for the very nice introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the last session of the SMIC 2022. And we will have Ibu Professor Dr. Muktiningsih that will be delivered her presentation directly from the SMIC room. But before we start to gain more knowledge about the presentation from Prof. Mukti, we will see the video profile of her. The committee, please, the video. Okay, thank you for the very nice introduction of Ibu Mukti profile. And without any more things to do, please welcome Professor Dr. Muktiningsih to deliver her presentation.
Okay. So my title today is I will share about our research, development of prototype detection kit of foodborne pathogens disease with real-time PCR in increasing independence of nation. This is our group. One of our group is Prof. Hesha from UTM. And then we collaborate with several partners, Pusat Forensik Laboratorium Polri, and then Kimia Pharma. As we know, foodborne pathogens are disease caused by food contaminated by bacteria, viruses, fungi, and other microbes. This food poisoning case is often referred to as an extraordinary case, so it requires the contribution of many parties, including the police team, to solve this case. Based on data from National Agency of Drug and Food Control, the case, especially for food poisoning, is increasing every year. So For this, we need some method how to detect the bacteria to make we know very fast and then not time consuming. So for this research, we would like to develop some method or specific method for detection foodborne pathogen. Based on data from Center for Disease Control and Prevention or CDC in 2011, there are 31 types of bacteria that cause food poisoning or food pathogens that are been identified. Some of that are E. coli, Salmonella species, Shigella species, Staphylococcus, and Listeria and Vibrio species. This is a method usually used for detection of foodborne pathogen. For the this method is like a culture-based method, immunoassay method, PCR-based method, and biosensor-based method. We choose one of these methods that is PCR method. PCR-based method. Why we choose this? Because the PCR-based method have a comprehensive for the ideal bacterial pathogen detection method. As we know, they have 5 characteristics for detection method, like a high specificity, high sensitivity, short time to result, simple or great operational simplicity, and cost effectiveness. So that's why we choose one of the we choose the real-time PCR to detect the foodborne pathogen disease. The real-time PCR method is detecting of quantifying amplified product based on the corporation of fluorescent reporter dye or fluorescent signal, along with increasing the proportional of number of product per cycle. This is our research roadmap from Salmonella ONG team. We start from 2000 until now, so we would like until 2030 we have like a significant product. So this in this event, I would like to thank for the Satira company to guide us. We would like this product like make to go to the industrial product. Thank you for Satira. So the research purpose, the contribute idea on potential research result from Universitas Negeri Jakarta in collaboration with various partners in building the independence of detection kit for foodborne pathogen bacteria with a molecular approach from Indonesia. So we would like this product make Indonesia is have a specific product for the detection kit, especially for foodborne pathogen bacteria. This is our methodology we use for how to create the detection kit. This is the several steps. The first step is we learn about the bacterial genome analysis, in silico bacterial genome analysis, and then we design the specific primer, and then we send the design the primer to one company to synthesize the primer, and then in a parallel we isolate the genome of bacteria, and then we use the genome and the primer specific to amplify with the PCR gradient to have like a specific temperature with the nice pen who's produced the specific amplicon. And then after that, we move to the real-time PCR method. to make a confirmation, specificity, and sensitivity test. After that, we analyze all the data and we make the formula and process validation. And then after that, because we would like this is make like a prototype, we design the prototype, make a publication and a patent, and then we would like to have like a model development. So this is the first step. In the first step, we learn about how the we found the specific primers, specific target gene. So we just this is I share with you, with all of you, is one of the bacteria. I think this I choose bacteria Salmonella typhi bacteria. The first step, as I told you before, we learn about how genome this Salmonella typhi bacteria, and then after that we choose one of the gene from Salmonella typhi bacteria. In this research, we choose Fimbrial C bacteria or Fimbrial C gene, because this gene is one of gene of adherent and colonization factor of Salmonella typhi bacteria. And then we use this gene to design the primer, to find which specific area to differentiate between Salmonella typhi to others bacteria. So this is the result of design of primer. And then we got the specific primer from Salmonella typhi. And then this is the primer. We have forward and reverse primer from Salmonella typhi. And then we calculate how this primer useful for detecting the Salmonella. We use this primer to amplify the genome of STV. In parallel, we also isolate the genome. From one step until the third step, we can conclude it has been successful design and synthesize FIMC specific primer as the target gene for the detection of foodborne pathogenic bacteria Salmonella typhi. And then this is the fourth step. We in a parallel is to make isolation the sample bacterial genome, and we use some several consumable. This is one of we that use, and then we also make like isolation from positive control, and we make also contaminated artificial contamination. We make contaminate with contamination from Salmonella typhi, and then we use milk as a food sample. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the result of electrophoresis result from bacterial genome S. typhi. From this step, we can show here the isolate genome from Salmonella typhi is like half band is upper than this marker. So we know from this step before the second step, we know the Salmonella typhi genome have like 4 megabase. So if we have like upper than 1,000 base, this is we can conclude the genome molecule of the foodborne pathogen Salmonella typhi bacteria were isolated as a template for the amplification process, both from pure culture and from artificial contaminated food. So, in the next step, we use primer specific and dose genome to amplify the specific area. We can amplify the amplicon, and then we got the amplicon with the size 95 base pair, and then this is like same with before we design the primer. We designed the primer, and then we got from the silico step, like the size of the band is 95 base pair, and then we do experiment in laboratorium. We get also the correct size, same with the design set size. So we use this to amplify it with PCR gradient from 56 until 61 degrees Celsius. So if we have here, if we have look here, the band is still very bright, and then we choose one of this temperature to make move to the others experiment to go to the real-time PCR. So for the size of the amplicon of the target gene of STB has been successfully validated as a detection tool. The optimum cocktail was found for detection of SIV bacteria by PCR gradient. And then one of the optimum annealing temperature was found using the gradient PCR method as a detection tool. So after this, we moved to the real-time PCR method. And then if you know the PCR, if we have like the COVID-19 pandemic, the patient COVID is always asked how the city, and then this is the same method which used to detect the COVID-19, and then this is the result. For the confirmation result, we got the sigmoid curve. This is the red one and the orange one. This from the sample of Salmonella typhi. With the amount, the concentration, we know how the city. And then from the city is cycle threshold. This is from this experiment. We know the Salmonella typhi in the exact city and the exact concentration. So after that, not only the city, we also use some data, especially for melting curve. Melting curve is every bacterial have a specific melting curve. So we can differentiate which is the Salmonella typhi and which the others bacteria. So from this experiment, we can conclude it. The successful obtain the target gain amplicon at the temperature of 60 degrees Celsius with the real-time PCR process. The FIMC STV amplicon has a specificity and melting curve that can be used as a basis for the detection of target bacteria. The optimum cocktail was found also for the real-time process, real-time PCR process. So from this experiment, we have like a specific formula for PCR gradient, and then we also got the specific formula for the real-time PCR process. As I mentioned before, for the detection method, we should have like a specificity and sensitivity. So this is a result from the specificity test. As if we have a look here, this is the red one and the pink one. This is from Salmonella typhi, and then the green one is from E. coli. So our primer can differentiate the target bacteria and the non-target bacteria with the specific if this density is if difference 10 with the sample, and then the non-target and target bacteria based on the literature, this method can significant used to detect the bacteria. And then we also do sensitivity tests, and then we got information. This method is very sensitive because still can detect the bacteria in picogram per microliter. So it's very small sample. This method can still can detect the bacteria. So from the sixth step, we can make a conclusion. The primer design can distinguish target and non-target bacteria so that they are very specific. And then the FIMC-SDV primer reaction mixture cocktail and designed the RT-PCR condition could detect target bacteria at the picogram level. So they were very sensitive. We also make a validation for this detection kit to make to use this method to detect the bacteria from food sample, and then we can detect the bacteria from food sample in is very tiny sample. This method still can detect it. This is our prototype design for the FIMC-SDV detection kit. This product chosen by LPPM UNJ or Research Institute of UNJ to one of incubator business product. So we would like to develop more bacteria, more useful product for this research. Okay, for Salmonella TV, we also have 4 publication and 1 patent are produced for special this bacteria that are that is the Salmonella TV species. Okay, this this is the video. We would like to develop our product. It's like this video. So this is the short information from our team, how we built this product, and then how we hope this product go to society. Okay. Okay, the conclusion is the result of this research can contribute to the scientific repertoire handling forensic cases, as well as the implementation of the result at the partner institution and the wider community to increase the independence of nation. Our acknowledgement go to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia in the scheme of research of the basis of excellence in higher education, Institute Research and Community Service, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, in the scheme of Center of Excellent Detection of Pathogenic Bacteria, and several our partners. One of is UTM. So this is our team, Salmonella UNJ team from 2012 until 2019. This is our partner from forensic laboratory, and this our partner from Kimia Pharma Tbk. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Professor Dr. Muktiningsih for giving such a very comprehensive presentation, and we know that the work should be years of hard work, Professor Mukti. And now we will proceed to the question and answer session. For the first question, please. Anyone who will deliver the question for Professor Muktiningsih? Or maybe you can drop your question on the chat box. So Professor Muktiningsih will answer your question. Anyone? Okay, maybe I will start the question for Professor Muktiningsih. It is very interesting to know that how your work start from lab to the, industrial stage. And what is the challenge of improving your research from mini scale, from lab, and to produce it, and the people can use your research product? Please, Professor.
Okay, this is the very nice question, because actually it's not easy to go from lab to industry, because many obstacles, and then we use some instruments. Sometimes we should collaborate with each other, and then for the collaboration is like we still like wait until MOU is assigned, so the time is running, but the research is still going. But sometimes, as we know, in the university, it's not like in industry, because in industry they have like several regulations, so we should follow the regulation, and we should make like compromise with each other. For example, with the Kimia Pharma, we should try several like we should change the temperature, we should change the buffer. So many obstacles, but we should have like a motivation to make our product research go to the industry and go to the society. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Professor Muktiningsih, for a very clear answer. Yes, because we need collaboration to scale up our research, and the first important thing is we can answer the need of community. Yeah, so our research is to provide to solve the problem from the community. One of them, like your research, is to solve the problem of food pathogen. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Is there any more question from the audience, please? Oh. Okay, maybe from Satira will deliver some questions.
Dr. Lu?
Dr. Lu, please.
Thank you very much
for giving the opportunity. Of course, one of the challenges when you go for socializations, research is also related to the let's say it's about the collaboration with industries. What are the major challenges when you collaborate with industry? In trying to do some, of course, so many challenges. But for you, what is the major challenge when you try to collaborate with industry?
Okay, major challenge.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Lu from Satira that has delivered the question. Maybe Professor Muktiningsih will directly goes to the answer, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lu. The big challenge for this research is how to deliver this product from university to industry, because should make industry trust this product is useful, this product is help society, or this product is commercial to produce. So make industry trust of our result from this research is, I think this is the big challenge. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Dr. Zarani, maybe you have some suggestions for us? Thank you.
Okay, please, Dr. Zarani. Thank you, Mrs. Ayu.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, I think for suggesting that I think looking for any possibility, looking for any cooperation with not only in industry, maybe agency, government agency, probably you can see that what we do is very good. And then for to further we can open for any cooperation with others, not only in
Okay.
Okay, please, Professor Muktiningsih.
Were you? You, Dr. Zarani. Yeah, I will try to make a collaboration with some agency, or here we have also like National Agency of Drug and Food Control. In Indonesia, we have like, we call that BPOM. BPOM is always give like a suggest, this is a product can go to the community or not. So maybe I will try to make a collaboration with them and try to presentate our product to them. Yeah, and then I wish this product, because this is for like control the safety of food. Yeah, because this very useful to know this is product is contaminated or not. Yes, thank you for your suggestion.
Yeah, thank you for yes.
Can I
Is
have a
it-
question here?
Yes, please.
Uh,
Okay, Professor. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, Prof. Mukti, and it was honor for me to be part of your international collaborator in this excellent research. I know you are doing this for many years now, and you are one of the world-class researchers known for the determination of the pathogens in food, recognized by Germany, recognized by many countries, as I know. And coming to this, just a small step, how to go to international market. And I think the capacity is there, the direction is there, especially now in the FAO, the FAO, they have very high interest, and also the WHO for the food security and food sustainability approach. And I think working together with the industrial partner, we can reaching this stage is very easy, because this is highly needed product now. Because as you know, people say from the farm to fork, only we can having 60% from the food, which is from the farm coming to the fork. It means 40% loss. This 40% loss, we need to have a validated method for the microbial contaminations to ensure we provide good food to the people. And I think with the inventions you did and the excellent work you have for many years now, I think if you have compromising this together, we can propose something to the industrial society and also international agency. They are looking for something like this. Just a very small comment and acknowledge the excellent work for many years, as I am honored to be part of your team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. You always support me. You always give me like have like it's big a hope. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Professor, and all participants that has been delivered the question and also suggestion. And now we will at the end of the session of Prof. Mukti Ningsih presentation. Please give applause for her. And now the committee of SMIC 2022 will give some certificate of appreciation that Prof. Mukti Ningsih has delivered the presentation. Please, okay. This is the certificate that you has been the keynote speaker at this session. Prof. Mukti Ningsih, thank you. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all the session of the fourth keynote speaker, and I will give the agenda back to the MC, please. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hanhan, for moderating this session, and also thank you, Professor Mukti Ningsih, for the enlightening material. Next, we will listen to a company presentation that will be delivered by Satara SDN PhD by Dr. Hock Heng Lo. Please welcome Dr. Lo from Satara.
presenting in presenting in front of mathematicians and scientists around the world. So it is a very new experience here. Right. Okay. I wanted to discuss about commercializations of university R&D, which I think is a very important topics here in view of the greater integrations between universities and with also the industry due to the changing environments that we are facing daily. Now we have so many challenges, like for example, the pandemic and so on. It created a new norms. So I guess this is getting even more important, and we are seeing that industries and specialists and scientists work hand in hand, and where the most we can find scientists, of course, is in universities, right? So the topic that I wanted to talk today is on the, we talks about Satira Biotechnology, Sendirian Berhad. Sendirian Berhad refers to company limited, avenues for commercialization drawn from our experience in collaboration with Institute of Biotechnology Bioprocess Development under Professor Dr. Hisham Al-Hashim. All right. Thank you very much also to Professor Hisham for providing us this opportunity. Right. I'll talk on three major things as far as this topic is concerned. One, of course, I'll start something with the history of university industry collaborations. Also, I will talk something on the results that is expected. And of course, introduction of Satira Biotechnology Sendirian Berhad, or we call it Satira in short. On the avenues that's available under Satira for commercializations, right? So these are the three areas that I want to discuss about. Right. First, we talk about the history. All right. In fact, when it talks about commercialization of R&D, it has been going on, I think, since the time of Thomas Edison, 1890, when he formed the company called General Electric. He started this R&D, commercialization of R&D. However, I think it was during the Reagan administration, the 40th US presidents, that commercialization of R&D becomes more prominent, partly due to the fact that there's a shrinking funding that is available to public entities or public institutions because US, first it was a recession. I think 1980s, there was some recession going on. And of course, US being involved in so many wars with the Soviet Union during the Cold Wars, with the Latin America, El Salvador and Guatemala, and also wars in Southeast Asia, actually. Cambodia, Indonesia is one of them, and also East Timor. So because of that, there is a shrink in terms of funding available for public entities. And of course, one of the way that they want to overcome this is by telling the public entities to find their own funding, find their ways to get their own fund. And public universities, being one of the public entities, have no choice but to toe the line. So, of course, the popular strategy then was, one, either to increase tuition fee, two, to increase consultation fee, and of course, three, to, they call it unlock the university assets. And one of the assets, of course, is their R&D. So what did they do is unlock it, try to commercialize it. Of course, some universities being more adventurous, because there are many universities in US during that time. Some are more adventurous, they opt for spin-off, meaning that university, they commercialize themselves. Right? They try spin-off. Of course, this is motivated by success story in Silicon Valley at that time. The others who are less, less ambitious, they are more conservative, opt to collaborate with the industry based on the premise that one, university has this R&D, university has the innovations, whilst industry has the market access. No, this is sorry, the slides. Can we just go before that? Let me see. Sorry, slide. I'm still at slide number 2 here, please. How do I control the? Okay, so when I think we do it this way. When I say next, then we change to the next slides. Is that okay? Thank you very much. All right. So we call it industries work with the university. This sometimes they call this model as 1+1 model, right? Where research outputs is based on the collaborations between universities and industry. Of course, this seems to be a fantastic arrangement. It seems like this is a partnership made in heaven. One who has university has innovations, while industry has the market know-how. But somehow or other, this concept of collaborations mooted. There were a lot of excitement on this. And of course, US being one of the major superpower then, this concept of commercializations took off, not only in US, but also in various parts of the world. So if under that circumstances, we would assume that since commercialization is successful, then there would actually be a greater improvement in the overall wealth of the countries or overall wealth of the world. So we of course normally we measure it in terms of GDP growth, right? Next, please. This is how we look at it. This is the GDP growth before commercializations becomes big issues, big thing, which is before 1980s, before the Reagan's administration. Next. And this is after the business, after the onset of commercializations, under the Reagans, and you call it the Reaganomics effects. Initially, when it kicks off, you can see there's a spike there, right? But if you go through over the years, I did not take into consideration the subprime crisis and the pandemic, all right? The average is about, in fact, doesn't matter. We don't see the much big growth in terms of the the GDP. So meaning that the impact of university commercializations was not very, very significant. Next, please. So now the question is why it doesn't work, okay? Or why it does not fulfill the promises that it hoped to fulfill, right? So of course there are various postulations that comes into being. So I just generalize it into two major ones. The first one is of course spin-off. Why? Because there's a lack of enablers to make spin-off a reality. Second one, of course, when you talk about university industry, we call it the 1+1 models. It doesn't really take off because one of the major things that is happened is because of, I'll call it, there's a conflicting cultures or cultural intolerance between the universities and the industries. For example, industry focus more on making profit as fast as possible, whereas when you talk about industry, when you talk about universities, it talks about social goodness, because well, that's how universities is supposed to be. When you talk about in industries, they try to talk about concurrent engineering so as to speed up the process. Whereas in university, then I'm not too sure about now. Then there is this silo mentality. We work on ourselves. We try not to involve as many people as possible. And of course, some are secrets and so on and so forth. So we need to keep the secrets. The third one, of course, sometimes as far as industry concerned, they are pragmatic. So they want to make things as soon as possible, as easy as possible. Whereas, universities, they are more towards being an idealist, a perfectionist. We want to make sure everything is good before it can happen. So this makes that the commercialization was not as fantastic as what they expected to be. Okay, of course, this I think this morning the first speaker talks about failure and success, we always get something to learn from them. So this earlier success and failure, the things that we learn from there, Satira Biotechnology take it and we internalize it so that we try to navigate these challenges. And because of that, I think we are very confident that we can make these collaborations with Institute of Bioproduct Development in IBD a success, right? So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we say just now, there are two major things that cause this commercialization of universities product less successful. One, of course, is the enablers, lack of enablers. Second is because of the the interactions of cultures, the incompatibility of cultures between universities and industries, right? So next, please. So based on this, let me just share with you some of our companies, Satira Biotechnology, what is our values, what is our cultures that we hope to build, all right? So that there is less conflict between the universities. Satira Biotechnology was founded by a gentleman called Dato' Lo Shin Seong. By any standard, this gentleman is a very successful person. He has a happy family, he is financially secured, he is respected by his peers, he has many good friends, okay? However, the pandemic 2019-2020, all right, reminded him of the fact that in order to be truly free, you need to be healthy. Only when you're healthy, you can fulfill your full potential. So with that in mind, Dato' Lo realized that he is in a position to help others to become healthy, all right? And to help others to become healthy because he has in his possessions one of many nature's treasures in the form of Rhizophora apiculata extracts. Or sometimes they call it, in short, they call it a wood vinegar extracts. Right? So it was found that this extract has a very potent antimicrobial properties. So with this, Dato' feels that this is something that he can do. So guided by the universal law of doing the right things, Dato' feel that it is his responsibility and it is his calling to share this wonderful gift with everybody, right? So now the question is how to do the right things. What is the right things? What do you mean by the right thing, all right? So if you ask the law of nature, the right thing means being truthful, being honest. So meaning that every claims that we make must be supported by evidence, must be supported by facts, right? So moreover, if you look at the Rhizophora apiculata extract, in its raw form, there exists some impediments for direct use. So meaning that we need to refine it, which brings us to the first enablers in commercialization of innovations, commercialization of R&D innovations, right? Okay, next please. So the first enablers here is where you must have a good team of scientists and researchers, right? This is the first enablers. Why this is important? Well, it is for the fact that first, like I say, the claims that we make must be backed by science, not based on hearsay, not based on stories. We see so many people say, oh, this is good, but it's based on story. There's nothing to back on it. And then when you use it, it becomes dangerous for you. So this is one, all right? So when you say we do things right, this is what I mean by doing things right. The second things that why we need these enablers is because every claims that we made must be open for verification by experts. And how do you do that? Perhaps through the academic journal publications, perhaps through conferences or seminars like this. And the third things that why we need these enablers is because every products must have researched properly to make sure that it is safe. So this is the values that this is the enablers that Sathira biotechnology holds, right? So in this way, we can say that our conscience is clear. Every product that we that goes into the market has been properly researched, has been properly tested. So our conscience is clear. We do harms to no one. So this is where, and we are very happy that we have these enablers, all right, in a team of very hardworking, diligence, and of course, brilliant scientists in UTM, Institute of Bioproduct Development, under the able leadership of Professor Hisham, right? So this is the first one. Thank you. Next, please. The second enablers that, which I think Prof. Mukti has mentioned just now, from lab-based to industrial scale, all right, commercializations. Why? Well, if it is really good, then of course the next thing is how to produce enough quantity and how to make sure that the product is safe to be able to reach the intended end users, all right? So products need to produce in quantity. So when you talk about products needs to be produced in sufficient quantity, you are talking about production facilities. You are talking about machines, you're talking about the hardware, and more importantly, the software to produce it in sufficient quantity. So this is the one. The second one, of course, we need to talk about product safety. When you say about product safety, there are so many areas actually to consider. For example, if you talk about the packaging, you need to know what kind of materials that you need to use so that there won't be any interactions between the products and the packaging. The ease of using the packaging, how easy to open up the package, for examples, all right? And then whether you should package it as an opaque or as a clear container. That's another thing, all right? And other areas also involve like labeling, for example, what kind of words to use, what kind of words not to use, what kind of words are sensitive, what are the color of the labels, what are the legal requirements for labeling, all right, whether it's locally or internationally. Then also there's a consideration of logistics, how to bring the products to the end users, the intended end users safely. So when you talk about this, we need to talk about what about the storage, okay? What kind of, in what ways you bring it to your end users? Is it by air, by sea, or by rail, or by road, whatever? And then of course, tracking of the delivery. So to have these enablers, it is not easy, because if you talk about spin-off, you expect a professor who have been doing research, who has been teaching for 20 years to suddenly become a businessman without the proper supports and setup is not easy, right? It is, it's possible, but it is not that easy, right? So in order to have all this, you must have the know-how, you must have the support from a plethora of suppliers and enterprises. Without this, it is fairly difficult. I just give an examples of my experience, when one of these inventors, they try to look for a package. They try to find a container. Just looking for a container, it takes him like more than half a year to get the right container that he wants, to find a supplier that can supply this container. So it's not easy, but unless you have this huge network of suppliers and you have this huge network of enterprises available to you, then it will not be that easy. So we are very happy to say that in Sathira, we have this huge network of suppliers and enterprises that is available to make it possible, to make it a reality. Okay, next, please. Oh, sorry. Can you just go back to the slide before that? There is also another considerations. There is also a possibility that your extracts could, your products could have what they call as peripheral products. All right. For example, in the case of our extracts, all right, we discovered that it can also be applied to other products like condoms, like socks, clothing, and so on. So again, let's say there is a market for this. Are you going to set up your own company again? You call it reinvent the wheel. Are you going to reinvent the wheel? One for condoms, one for socks, one for clothing or whatever, because all these have very potential markets. Then, it is going to be next to impossible. So what do you do if you have this access to those suppliers and enterprises? Then it's different. You can talk to these people who are already in that business. And with that, we call it, you do not have to reinvent the wheel. You can ride on the shoulder of the giants. So this is the this is the platforms that Sathira Biotechnology has. All right. Next, please. The third enablers, we talked about marketing. Okay. How to share, how to tell your story. Okay, you have a product. How do you tell your story? Okay, you're going to use the brand approach, or you're going to use the generic approach. A brand approach, we know. When we talk about skincare, they have SK2. When you talk about car, you have Mercedes, and this is branding. Some they do not have brands. All right, some drugs actually, for example, we call it generic. There's no name for it. Each have their pros and cons. So which approach do you use? All right. So again, just from university itself, it would be quite difficult. All right. Not only sometimes they talk about universities, even for some industry, it's quite challenging. Right. So for this, you need to have actually people who knows the markets well, who know the market pulses, who knows what the market wants, what the market needs, what are the changing tastes that is happening to the market now. You need people to have that kind. You need to have people with that knowledge. You need to people who are seasoned in the marketing. And we are very glad to say that Sathira has these people who are seasoned, people who are hands-on, and people who are prominent in the area of marketing to be our advisors. These people actually, they build their, we are not just saying that anyone, these people, they build their brand from scratch to become a household name. So meaning that these are really people who knows what is it. And moreover, people like this, they have access to local as well as to international market. To enter a new market is not easy, whether it's locally or it's internationally. But if you have people like that as an advisors, then it becomes easy. They know how to open doors for you. So again, like I say, we do have this kind of platforms, right? That you can actually work with us. Our philosophy is to start locally and then to go internationally. All right, let's make the local prosper first before we go to the world. All right, next, please. Okay. Now, the next enablers is one of the most important thing, which is we call it the the lifeblood of any any business. We're talking about funding, where to get funds, where to get financing. All right, Sathira is very fortunate that we have backing from public listed companies. All right. So when you have people, when you have public listed companies, there are funds that is available to these entities that individual or small enterprises do not have. For example, they can access to public funding, they can access to angel investors, they have access to mutual funds, they have access to world funds, and so on and so forth. So many of them. And now, of course, the other thing is that banks normally are more generous to these people compared to individual. You try to walk to bank and say, hey, I need this money. Then they will say, what is your collateral? All right. But for public listed company, it's a different ball game altogether. So having this as as our backers is also very important that the knowledge and the know-how that they have, how to go from a normal company to become a public listed company. They know the ways. And Sathira Biotechnology, Sendirian Berhad is so lucky that we have this platform. We know we have the knowledge, the know-how to go public when the time comes. All right, not now, but when the time comes, we know how to go about it to the various markets, not only in Malaysia, we are talking about international markets such as NASDAQ, such as Taiwan market, Hang Seng in Hong Kong, Singapore, and so on and so forth. So this is the fourth enablers. All right, the final enablers. Next, please. Okay, lastly, we believe, all right, this is what we believe, that goodness that we receive should not be confined to privilege or selected few. No, the law of nature states that every goodness, the goodness that we receive is for all, right? So meaning that society must progress, not just the company, all right? Society must progress. In other words, benefit should be returned to society. So as far as Satira is concerned, we have set our foundations to provide assistance to the needy. We have scholarships, all right? And the other things that we also runs charity events. We sponsor charity events. The charity events that we sponsor, we call it Her Story. These charity events teach people to take control of their health, because we are the health-related company. Therefore, we talk about health. All right, take control of their health. And we have been running this in Malaysia since last year. Every month we have this event, right? Our next target is actually to go to Singapore and of course to Indonesia. So friends in Singapore, if you want, we can actually collaborate for this charity event, right? And we believe that by doing this, we are able to change a person's life. Why is this important? Because changing a person's life will have an impact on the family. It will change the family's life, and it will ripple through. From family, it goes up to the bigger circle, which is the communities. And from the communities, it may goes up to the country and finally to the world. This is what Chinese believe, actually. You want to build a country, you build family first, you build individual first. Then if individual and family is correct, the country will be correct. Right? Yeah, thank you. Finally, to ensure that, next please, sorry. Okay. Right, next please. Okay. Finally, to ensure that all these enablers that we have put in place, all right, are fused together, focused, and sustainable, right? We build our corporate culture, right? Because people can come and go. We cannot live forever, but corporate cultures can exist forever, all right? So we build our corporate culture based on the premise of being a good human, as in accordance to the universal law, right? So what do you mean? If you look at the values that we have put, that honesty, appreciation, integrity, passions, innovation, teamwork, these values coincides of what you call as being a good person, right? So this is our corporate values, right? This is our corporate culture that we are building and we want to build, right? So at the end of the day, every actions that we take, we touch our heart and we ask, is this for the good of people? Is this for the good of others? Is this for the good of human? If it is good, then we do. If not, then of course, you know, we will try to find other ways to achieve the aims, right? So next please. Okay, in short, in Satira Biotechnology, we offers, all right, people, whether your your innovations is in the prototypes phase, or finished goods, or needs improvements, we have various platforms for you to work with us. All right, we have platform for research work with our experts, with our scientists. We have platform for production, all right, via our vast supply chain and network and enterprises. We have platform for new markets penetration or new market developments through the brand exercise, whatever. We have platform for fundraising. We have platform for societal or charity events. So if you want to work on that, we do have that. We have a platform for growth. You can grow together with us. And local economic stimulant. When we talk about local economic stimulant, we say we start locally before we go international. So we let our local prosper first. All right. And if you find that your values and conviction is the same as us, we welcome you to join our family. All right. We hope more and more of you people come and join us. Let's build a better world for all. Right. I like this quote. If you want to go fast, you do it alone. Right. But if you want to go far, we want to be happy, we want to be meaningful, then let's work together. Last one, please. Okay. In other words, Satira Biotechnology Sdn Bhd, we are unique because I think as far as our company is concerned, we are a responsible company. We are equitable. We are fair. And I think the most important thing is we are a humanistic company. Thank you very much.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our virtual applause to Satera SDN BHD and Dr. Low. Thank you, Dr. Low from Satera SDN BHD. We are looking for further collaboration between Satera and Universitas Negeri Jakarta, and maybe with all of participants, institution or company here. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've come to the end of the plenary session. Before ending the session, please be noticed that we will have a break until 1 p.m. Jakarta time. After that, all participants are welcome to join an assigned room breakout room 10 minutes before. You can check your room from the abstract book that we will share in the chat box. Thank you and see you in 1 p.m.
Excuse me. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have reached an end of the Earth Science and Mathematics International Conference 2022. Coming to the sad part of my job to provide the closing remarks, since we have shall be closing the door on lively and stimulating discussion. However, it is also a privilege and an honor to be entrusted with such an undertaking at a gathering of such eminent people from different parts of the world, academia, researchers, industry, and all contributed parties. As with previous SMIC conference, this year's event has been outstanding. Our minds have been assailed by a torrent of ideas, information, statistics, interpretation, and vision. And it will probably be a day or two before we can sift through them all to consolidate our own personal perspective. There is indeed plenty to reflect upon, and if this in any way enhances our individual and collective contribution to meet the post-pandemic challenges, then the conference can truly be adjudged a success. Finally, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of you all, I should like to thank the Rector, Vice Rector, Dean, and Vice Dean of Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Thanks also addressed to our speakers, Scientific Committee, our co-host, University Teknologi Malaysia, all scientific organizations collaborate with us, sponsor, and Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology. Their presence has been invaluable and without any doubt has helped make the event a great success. We greatly appreciate the support we have received from the members of the media in covering our activities. It is very important that the views expressed here are disseminated to a wider readership and audience, and clearly this task has been in very capable hands. We are also grateful to all those who have been involved in the organization of the event, the organizing and technical committees. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Science and Mathematics International Conference is a biannual event. We look forward to seeing you again in 2024 when we shall reconference and discuss another topical theme affecting research and education of science and mathematics. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dulu bisa digunakan. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Kemudian untuk makan siang sudah disiapkan juga di area registrasi.
1, 2, 3.
See you